Yeah, and well, the time that you wanted to be heard on, when you put that in that you were no longer wishing to be heard.
Because we normally discuss what we can.
Two slots here.
Yeah, 2 slots, great. And it's great that I've got you first thing in the morning when you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, because I know what it's like at 2:30 after a whole day of submissions. Anyway, once you're ready, I'll bring action to it.
Very good.
Go.
Okay, firstly, I just want to talk to you the economic development part of the long-term plan. I strongly support the District Council to become a shareholder of the Regional Economic Development CCO. And I want to touch on the amazing work that the District Council's done in Far North Holdings done in the last sort of 3 to 4 years, particularly the Innovation Park, all the wharf developments, the water storage project. I think the regional council, not speaking as a regional council, but understanding the landscape, we can learn a lot from the successes that you've had through Far North Holdings. I think working together and sharing our knowledge in the economic development space, but more importantly, having a united front to go to central government, in that space. Working together, it might be Kaipara that gets the wins one year, but Far North will get it another year. But this situation where we're all sort of, in our silos and almost, competing against each other is not benefiting North in an overall sense. So my next thing I want to touch on is wastewater. I strongly support the planned investment in terms of that infrastructure, but I wish to suggest to the council that alongside that investment, you carefully consider sustainability and options moving forward, and some cost analysis around are big municipal schemes the way to go, and how we run those municipal schemes. So what I'm going to hint at is things like grey water separation. If we're to fully explore that, imagine what that would reduce in terms of volume going into those municipal plants, and that will bring the cost down in the future will also make land-based treatment more affordable. And I know you all understand the views from the Māori community on land-based treatment. I'd also suggest you do a cost analysis on the septage that's going into those plants from trucks. Huge amounts are going from private septic tanks via trucks into those plants, which adds, you've got to have greater capacity. Do a cost analysis. Is there a land-based treatment system that's cheaper, worm composting that septage? So this is about sustainable planning for the future, making it potentially, more viable to look at more sustainable options. So that's a bit of a touch on that. And I really think, through your functions as a TA in terms of building consents, future-proof these systems, sensitive coastal areas, make it compulsory for grey water separation, look at composting toilets, look at standalone systems where those standalone systems could go into land-based, treatment systems like I've spoken to the septic trucks. Think outside the box. In some cases like Kiriki, where you're going to have massive growth, yes, a municipal large-scale system, might be the cheapest, but, as decision makers, you've got to have the right information in front of you. Don't just assume, engineering reports to one or two, avenues of the answer. But in saying that, I wish to acknowledge the uncertain times we're working in with Three Waters and all the legislative reforms. I fully know that it must be incredibly hard to even look at planning and financing these things when you've got all that uncertainty ahead of you. Water supply, I strongly want to urge the council to look at water tanks as a really common sense approach to dealing with some of the water poverty issues we're facing across the district. Water tanks will also take the burden off municipal water supplies, and it gets our communities in behind water conservation. So, we've got the regional council I know has got something in their long-term plan, a tank grant scheme. Get them behind that. We've already got central government looking at supporting that scheme. And I also want to urge you, work with the regional council, I'm not speaking as a regional councillor, about an overall water strategy. We've got to get into our water storage, but I think there's a way to do it far more cheaply in-house. Smaller schemes like the Mapawee Dam, we don't need to go large, but we need to do it in-house so that we're not losing half the money to consultants. And we should have the engineers in-house to save money. The last thing I'll touch on is capital-based rates. In general, I really do support and congratulate you on looking at rates, equitability and affordability of rates and how we might spread the cost of what you're trying to achieve more equitably. And I want to comment, I know how difficult it is looking at rating methodologies and making any changes. So mathematically, it's really complex and you're going to get hammered, whatever you come out with, but I do think there are ways to make rates, spread that affordability, but I really want to urge you to look hard at the rural sector. I jumped on Facebook and put out, great, FNDC's doing the capital-based value, this is brilliant leadership. Got 15 farms in 2 minutes hammering me going, you don't know what you're talking about. Our rates are all going to go up by thousands and thousands of dollars. There was an article in the paper about it yesterday. So I urge you to really consider the feedback from the farming sector. My personal understanding is that they just cannot afford these types of rate increases. They've got all the regulatory policies coming down on them, so the investment they've got to make in that space is huge. They've got the looming carbon tax they're going to have to account for. So, whilst I think you're on the right track, having an open look at how to make rating more equitable, you've got to take your time and if you don't get it right in this iteration, don't be afraid to have another crack at it, because I know how this works. You get whacked back and you think, geez, you just won't look at it again. But don't be afraid to relook at it next year in the annual plan, because I think you're on the right track. It's just really looking at who's got the cash flow and the ability to pay a little bit more. And it's just doing a little bit more homework. So really, that probably is the end of my personal submission. Only just one thing I think to look at in terms of stormwater is, I'm aware of data from a couple of sources, NIWA and the Regional Council, that's pinpointing and showing the amount of plastic waste that's getting into the marine and freshwater environment. Not all of it's via stormwater, a lot of it's via just litter in general, but to investigate the use of some of those socks, over drains that can capture some of the plastic, just to have a look at that mechanism.
Did you practice this at home? Because you're exactly on 7 minutes. So you've done well.
Yeah. And my only last one is roadside spraying. Have a careful look at that. I know we've got to keep our drains clean, but the feedback I get from the community is that it's not something that they want to see or what. And so just be mindful of that, and if there are other ways, because we used to keep all those roadsides clean without herbicides, so it's just a little plug. But I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you very much for your submission. Passionately delivered first thing in the morning. Well done. Questions? Councillor Stratford.
Amongst our rate review, we were looking at introducing a small public good charge for water and wastewater to every rateable property. Do you support that? It was $15 per for water and $15 for wastewater, so it'd be $30 per property.
Look, I have to say I do support that type of approach where collectively we've all got to get in behind and solve some of these big infrastructural issues, because, we all get to benefit from, the environmental gains from that. So I think that's a modest ask, in terms of the overall, overall rates that you're applying. So I do support that.
Councillor Clenton.
Thank you. Yeah, morning, Justin. You suggest compulsory water tanks on new builds where there is a water supply. What's your view then on availability charges? Because currently, if there's a water supply available to a household, they are charged for that. It seems almost a...
Well, they'll still be charged because they've got a water meter. So, that they might not use as much, but you'll still be able to charge because all those houses that are connected to that are metered.
But if they're not connected, they're still paying an availability charge.
Well, that's something you might have to look into and do the maths on if you choose to support water tanks. I'm just saying, have a good, clear look at it in the future, of all the ways to solve these water problems that we're only going to see. It's only going to increase. The short time I've been around, these droughts are becoming more and more frequent. So,
Councillor Smith, we've got 45 seconds.
I'll only ask one of my questions, Dean. Justin, yesterday you touched on the stormwater socks, and again you've touched on them today. I know the NRC did some trials in the Kirikiri area, and would you be able to share that information with us to help inform a better decision?
Sure, I'll make a note of that and email that through. But yeah, so thank you for your time, and very good. I'll just open up my next one.
We'll go to submission number 2, which is for the Kaikauri and District Sports Bill, which is on page 3, submitted ID 703. When you're ready, we'll start stop clock.
So you can let me know when I've got 3 minutes left, please. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge FND's support, both financial and in the form of staff time and expertise on behalf of Kaikauri District Sportsville and the sporting and recreational community we serve. It's only through your support that we've been able to gain that significant amount of funding for, this new complex that we're planning on building in Kaikauri. So I really want to acknowledge all the support that you've given our organisation. Operational funding. We really want to request an increase in operational funding for Kaikauri District Sportsville. This new build, it's going to cost a lot more to run. And I know everything's tight. It's not your core business. Infrastructure is your core business. But, maybe with the advent of Three Waters, we're going to have to take a different role in local government. So maybe well-being is going to be an increased part of your money. So, we need to come up to around that 70K mark, where I think we get funded about 40K a year. So we need that to be looked at. We've certainly designed the building as much as we can to reduce operational costs, and we've made it as multifunctional as we can so that we can bring in as much income, but we're still going to need increased financial support in operational space. I want to strongly urge the council to actually get a strategy for how we're going to operationally fund these community structures across the district. It's got to be uniform. We've got to have a clear strategy, and within that strategy, I think we're really keen to work with the district council to develop an evidence-based, plea to central government that they need to come on board and invest in the well-being of particularly our youth. We've got diabetes, anxiety, depression, all of the things that we know sport and recreation can help improve for our youth development. And if we sit down and do the maths, get the strategy right, I think central government can come on board in that space and help, because as I said, it's not your core business. You've got infrastructure you've got to deal with. So I think there's some work to be done in that space. But in saying that, the number of facilities would have to be capped, like we can't just fund rugby fields in Pangaroo that might be on a reserve. We've got to pick some winners in the major towns and figure out a way that we can get those to operationally be real functional and sustainable, and so that they're humming. And a good example with your investment, we've employed Debbie Raphael. She is doing a fantastic job of improving the outcomes for our town in terms of sport and recreation, plus getting external funding in. So we're leveraging off the money, and I think that's got to be part of the strategy. If you can give us that operational funding, part of the deal is we've got to leverage money off that. Aquatic facilities, we really want to urge the District Council to set aside some amount of funding to look at aquatic facilities, particularly in the mid-north. We're getting a lot of feedback that the current facilities are inadequate, particularly for the elderly, and that they're pretty much, the Northern College pool's on its way out. That's what we've been told. So we're keen to partner up with you and raise some funds to actually do the feasibility and business case study to figure out what we might be able to afford, on a capital and operational basis. And general sports will support some move to capital-based values for rates, and that's because we can see some opportunities there where our poorer communities potentially can have similar level of opportunities in that sport and wellbeing recreation space than our wealthier counterparts. The devil's in the detail, and you're going to get hammered whatever you do, but you know as well as I do the massive disparity in terms of income, the deprivation indices, the stark contrast between the east and the west coast. So I think you guys are on the right track. It's just the devil's in the detail, and as I said in my previous submission, if you don't get this iteration right, don't be afraid to have another look at it next year in the annual plan, because you're on the right track having a look at equitability. But it's just the methodologies are complex and hard, and it takes a lot of time to get them right. So I really do urge you to keep looking at that if this iteration doesn't work. So I think the only other thing I really can speak to there is I think we are aware that there is an amount of money in the long-term plan for the depreciation for the proposed new sporting facility, and we strongly support the inclusion of that. That funding mechanism in the long-term plan, because we've got to ensure the sustainability of these buildings over the long term. That's something across the country that these types of buildings, the long-term maintenance is the big killer. So we wish to acknowledge the wisdom of the financial team for putting that in there. So I guess I can take some questions now.
Can indeed. We're at 5 minutes. Councillor Stratford and then Councillor Smith.
Justin, just picking up on a slight urging of rationalisation of sporting facilities that you mentioned, Pangaroo there. Do you not think that there's a disconnect in that mindset and the lower socioeconomic, high deprivation areas that we have between districts and the costs of travelling or so making everybody go to a more centralised sporting ground?
Oh, that's a big challenge, but I mean, that's where we've got to have a look at the strategy and do the cost benefit. Is it better to have some transport funding to bring those communities in? They've all got school vans and drivers. Is it better to bring them to a centralised place and subsidise that than try and have, sporting subsidised everywhere? So that's what I'm saying. Let's have a look at the strategy, do the maths, do the cost analysis. But that's always going to be a challenge. But I think if these centres are well run, those communities will find ways to come here. Those schools are really resilient. The far-flung schools. So it is a challenge, but I think That's why we need to have a look at that strategy and do the cost benefit analysis of those around those issues.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Justin. In your submission, you support the council's initiative to switch to a fairer system, and we really appreciate that feedback. Specifically, I was wondering if you support the decrease of commercial differential.
No. I mean, look, as I said before, you know, you need, it's really complex, and you're going to get hammered either way you go. You're going to get criticised whichever way you land, but and it's hard because you're limited by the data you can use to make the judgment on who's got the cash flow that can absorb a little bit. But my take on switching to capital value, I'm in favour because it really should, you know, just slightly adjust everywhere and just make it more equitable. So the differentials is really where you've got to look closely at. And I mean, sure, tourism's struggling at the moment, but, you know, I think business in general in North and our economy is doing really well. So I don't think commercials are the ones that really need that reduction. You know, our economy is ticking over pretty well. So
Councillor Collard had a question.
Just in terms of your submission and the aquatic facility in the Mid North, which I would support. However, are you aware that the facilities that have been or are being developed currently, the funds have been raised by, the majority of the funds being raised by the community itself, as opposed to council coming and putting those things in?
yeah, we're aware of that, and I think, you know, that's what can come out of a business case and feasibility study. You've got to start with that to figure out what your fundraising goals are and to get funders to look at proposals. You know, you've got to do the type first, and I don't know, maybe we can't even afford aquatic facilities. You know, we've already done a desktop exercise, Waikato District Sports Hall. Waiheke Island have got aquatic facilities for about the same size population as ours, 350 grand a year to run it. Can Kaikohe afford to do that? But we've got to figure out the numbers so then we can, you know, can we afford it? What are the ways we can afford it? Can we get central government on board with some smart evidence-based, you know, saying, look, we need some subsidies here in these deprived areas, and we're surrounded by coast. We need to know how to swim, but you know, we can't afford it. So, you know, it's a good question, but I think we need to put that initial investment into to answer some of those initial questions and get the community on board, get funders on board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blakey. We're at time. I am mindful that Councillor Smith has some more questions for you. I'm going to have to ask that you take those offline.
Yeah, just email them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah.
Our next submitted this morning is Andrew and Leanne Brown. On page 10 of your hardback, or if you're looking at online, ID 441 and 562, please come forward. Before I start your time, Mr. Brown, just to let you know that we are live streaming today's hearings. Yep. So you will be forever immortalised on YouTube. And we have a significant number of elected colleagues and staff who are not present in chambers today. They are watching us remotely via Teams, so your audience is far larger than what you get in front of you today. You have 10 minutes. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I'm not very good at public speaking, but we bought our property 124 hectares 6 years ago. The rates were 8,000. Currently they're 14. Under your proposal, however you're going to work it out, we're going to be just under 19. That's 137% increase in 7 years. 27 hectares of our farm is native bush. You can't do nothing with it. And I think under your long-term plan, you're going to change all the rules about what you can do on your farm. We get no income, no carbon credits. We still pay rates on this land. We've tried to get a decrease in our rates because it's native bush. We don't want to touch it. It's fenced off. It's just too hard going through the council to get any action. The proposed rates for next year is going to be more than what I spend on FERT.
Kia ora koutou.
Which is going to affect...
As you know,
the ability of the farm to sustainably farm and force me into subdivision or selling, which we don't want to do. We bought this property so we could retire there, set ourselves up for retirement.
Kia ora koutou.
We have
It's
subdivided
you.
only for succession for our kids. We've already subdivided off a 5-acre block so we can solve the housing problem. And we've got 2 other titles, which one will go to each sibling. So I'm not for the UAGC being dropped. I think that's quite fair. I'm against changing to the capital rating because the improvements are going to drive the economy. You know, you start charging us rates on capital improvements and that, and it's just people that's going to shut up shop. We like to improve our properties. I would have thought that the new subdivisions and titles that are being made, properties being sold, which is about 6 blocks on our road from the corner to our place, was only 3.5 k's. There's been 6 blocks sold off and 5 houses built in the last year, I think, or 4 houses. I would have thought that the rates that you're going to get from that would be suffice to pay for any new infrastructure that's going to be in town or whatever, as we don't get any services out there other than the road. And as you know, COVID's been affecting everybody. Well, we've had weather and COVID. Our meat price has been down for the last 18 months, so we've actually taken a 10-15% drop in our income. And I just don't know how we're going to be paying these bills when, you know, that's going to be the significant bill for our farm. So that's me done. If you want to ask any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That was an excellent submission. It will not surprise you to hear that we've had a number along a very similar theme as yours. I just want to give you some comfort before you head home today that it is a proposal only at this time.
Yep.
Councillors will be taking all of the submissions on board as they head into deliberations next month. So thank you very much for coming along and sharing your story with us. Questions from the floor, Councillor Busic?
I have a question. You think that increase is about a 35.7% increase in 1 year coming up, which is about consistent with a lot of other farmers that actually have. Is it a big farm? Or just...
It's a big farm.
Right, thank you. So you really don't have that much. You've got your houses, capital, your yards, probably not that much, and no big
shedding. That's about it. Yeah, there's no. I haven't got races. I've just got water system. You know.
Yep.
I'm going to put a tank in. You know, we're getting these droughts, so I'm going to put a tank in. So if my pump breaks down, I've got water for 3 days. You've got 3 days to get your pump fixed. They haven't got any other water. I've only got one little creek that's fenced off on my property.
Thank you. No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleland.
Yeah, that was the same question.
Same question. Are there any other questions from my colleagues?
Because just one thing. If you knew what you're in for when you're buying a property, we would have looked at, if we knew we were going to get these massive rates increases, we would have gone outside the area and bought a bigger property and been in the position to earn a hell of a lot more money. And financially, cash flow wise, we would have been way, way better off. But these things are just getting dropped on us. And I thought, well, if you changed it to, I'm not totally against capital rating, but if you change it to when the property changes hands, somebody's prepared to pay big money, rate them on it, rate them on capital. You know, and that would probably not drive the housing market down, but it'll keep it in check in the meantime. You know, houses, land, the whole lot. We've got blocks of land going for ridiculous money. It's just unbelievable, and even more ridiculous money being put on land that they're trying to sell. And I think that would be a far better way of getting onto that capital rating system. But if you knew what you're in for, that's fine. Yeah, that's me done.
Are there any further questions? No?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For coming over. presenter this morning is Ms. Ward from Bay Sports. Welcome. Come on up to the table. Page 129 if you're on a paper pack, 586 if you're looking online.
I'll just bring it up. Good morning, I'm Monica Ward, Secretary for Bay Sport. This is the independent chairperson, Sophie Bliss. She'll be presenting a PowerPoint and probably there'll be a quick question and answer session afterwards front as well.
So you have 10 minutes and I'm going to start the clock when you're ready. If you're working, sometimes the PowerPoints take a little bit of...
Shall I just click and see whether we are working? Fantastic. Super. Thank you very much for your time today. As Mika mentioned, my name's Sophie Bliss and I'm the independent chairperson of Bay Sport. So today I'd like to actually just run you through a few PowerPoint slides and hopefully also give you more of an idea of what we are looking for with regards to our proposal and submission to the Council for the long-term plan. So our mission statement was to establish, maintain, conduct a society for the provision and maintenance of grounds and buildings to be used for the purpose of sport, recreation and leisure time in the Greater Bay of Islands area and in New Zealand. Excuse me. We also provides the ongoing management of its facilities to provide fair and equitable use to sporting codes, giving them maximum reasonable utilisation of that facility. We are made up of a multitude of member codes that have been with us since our inception over 20 years ago. And also have then expanded over the years. Our Bay Sport Committee is actually made up of representatives from each of those codes. So therefore it's a fully voluntary based executive committee run by the codes for the codes. So we have over 1,200 regular users from our member codes aged from 4, I know we put 5 years old in our written submission, but we actually have 4-year-olds playing with football this year, up to the age of 82. And in addition to that, we actually have multiple casual users, such as Special Olympics, utilising our facility for training. We also have other private bookings of the venue and visiting regional teams from all over the country. So we've got many regional games that are actually played at Bay Sport, and also we provide elite level training, and this year we hope to actually have a national tournament which is going to be run in our stadium. That's for inline hockey in the middle of July. Our facilities actually are both indoor and outdoor. We have 3 indoor facilities and then a large expansive area which is made up of 3 football fields and 10 tennis courts. Okay, our operational breakdown, which we have put on here for you, actually shows that we have just with our income from the member codes and also from the casual users that we can rely on a regular basis, with our outgoings, which include operational costs and maintenance, which is both maintenance on a regular basis and also
unplanned maintenance, you can actually see from this that we actually work to a deficit. All of our extra monies that come into Bay Sport are actually down to this funding queen who sits next to me. So we utilise many funding mechanisms around the local and regional area to actually make up that deficit on a year-to-year basis.
So as I can add, we barely cover operational costs. Any additional maintenance, any asset replacement, and as we are now 20 years old, we are starting to refurbish our facilities. That has all been done through fundraising. The facilities look awesome at the moment. They're really tidy. Bit of work left to do. But as these facilities grow through funding and are staged, we're still catching up with the build, but we're also starting to replace what we've built before. So it's a bit of a catch-22, and it's not easy.
And also not sustainable either. So Bay Sport is actually putting forward to you today that really the assets, as Mika has mentioned, are in good working order at present. Replacement of those assets is where we struggle to actually be able to future-proof ourselves. This is where actually having funding that is reliable funding is paramount to the future of Bay Sport. The contribution of our that we actually have from our member codes really is fantastic, and we actually try and monopolise on that expertise and where we can actually try and facilitate extra funds. But again, it is not sustainable over the future.
So our point is also that council, you own the land. You made it available to Bay Sport. We have put in what is now a regional facility. The Bay Sport Stadium is the only sizable regional facility in the far north. Next, if you want to go down the line, you're in Whangarei for a two-court basketball facility. It works. It works well. It doesn't need much to keep it going. Your alternative, council, is you do it yourself. Why work out what that will cost you? And people do need an indoor facility. It is better as an existing stakeholder, because you own the land, you have donated to the development to maintain that previous partnership, which is unfortunately sort of dropped by the wayside to some extent. All going forward, it would be better if you gave us some support. That includes, please maintain the loop road and the car parks. Funders do not fund car parks. Just doesn't work. So yes, you need to come to the party on that. You're doing it down the road. Why not for Bay Sport? We're finding that, look at it, in 5 years' time, council, you will own 5 regional sports facilities. What is the kaupapa? How are you going to maintain and support those facilities in an equitable way? Because down the road, the sports complex, gosh, buildings are owned by council, they're insured by council, council maintains. We maintain the only indoor regional facility in the far north at our cost, and that is not sustainable. What we're asking for is that you fund the cost of the insurance like you do for the other facilities, and that would be a really good start for a partnership, and it could be reviewed further down the track when we hope that you will have a regional sports facility in place and there'll be outcomes from that.
1 minute to go, ladies.
Okay.
Fantastic. Okay. So really what we are actually looking for is fair and equitable slice of the pie for regional funding for sports hubs. And I think that really sort of summarises what Mika's actually just put forward to you.
and I'm sure that this PowerPoint can actually be made available as there are a few added points on there that we actually have looked into, obviously the present at the moment by council for other sports hubs in the local area. So yes, we've covered in summary. So I'm just going to actually flick through some of what potentially some of you have not seen, which is actually the spaces that is Bay Sport and also the faces. Can I ask how many of you have actually been to Bay Sport?
Question about what's your insurance bill annually?
The insurance bill comes to 15,000 a year, 14, 15,000. It went up hugely a few years ago due to raising fire levies, and a lot of commercial buildings went up at that time. So it went from about 11 suddenly one year, up to 14. So this year I think it'll be 15,000.
Thank you, ladies. We're over time now. We genuinely thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Perfect. Good process.
Councillors will consider when they deliberate next month.
Lovely.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next presenter is the dragging in from outside is Adrian Tarring. Submit ID 637.
I'll just start.
Good morning, Adrian. Welcome to the submissions hearing. Just before we start your 10 time clock, I just wish to let you know that we are live streaming today's hearing. So you are on YouTube, and there is a cast of thousands watching now. A whole bunch of staff and elected members who are not physically present in the chambers today are watching remotely from their homes and workplaces. So the floor is yours. When you're ready, you know the drill. You've been here before. 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Kia ora. Morena koutou, ngā mihi o te rā, kia koutou katoa, aha koa noho ki hia. Ko Adrian Taria Ho, General Manager, Pouhiringa Tai Twinco Cycle Trail Trust. Pouhiringa Tai Cycle Trail is a party to a service agreement with the Far North District Council that establishes the trust as the body responsible for the governance, overall direction, management and operation of the cycle trail. The cycle trail is a significant, has a significant impact on the local economy, creates employment for the district, provides business and recreational opportunities and showcases Far North culture across the district, region and New Zealand. The trail itself is an asset administered by the council. However, as stated in the service agreement, the trust's primary objectives are to create jobs through the design, construction and maintenance of the cycle trail network, to create a high quality tourism destination and provide ongoing employment and economic development opportunities for the region economies, and to maximise the range of complementary benefits that the cycle trail provides to a wide range of New Zealanders. This includes events, recreation, health and other benefits. The regional significance of the trail is recognised and provided for in the Northland Regional Policy Statement as being regionally significant infrastructure. Objective 3.7 of the RPS states, as defined in Appendix 3 to open bracket A close bracket of the RPS, which refers to cycling facilities that are of strategic significance as highlighted in the Regional Land Transport Strategy. Map 14 outlines walking and cycling routes, priority development areas, which highlights the extent of this trail. The submission aims to support future extensions, enhancements to the network, and improve not only the cycling experience for users, but benefits for local communities adjacent to the cycle trail. The submission covers the development of a special zone overlay, capital works programs for roading and footpaths, renewals, and proposed 30-year infrastructure strategy. Please note I've also attached a copy of the cycle trail 10-year plan to support the submission today. The Trust seek to provide different mechanisms in terms of the special zone overlay that could be used to better enable the generation of necessary maintenance and future development of the trail, as well as supporting activities. The focus being to remove existing barriers, to provide certainty and ensure that the intent of lasting economic benefits for the surrounding communities can be achieved. Capital Works Program for roading and footpaths, Moerewa Trail removal of pipes. The Trust support this project as an urgent health and safety requirement. Cycle Trail Inns Road Bridge. The Trust do not support the delivery of this project. They request that this funding be redirected to the Kaikohe Rail Tunnel to undertake a condition assessment, any upgrade works, and the installation of tunnel lighting. Cycle Trail Ngāpipito Trust Bridges. The Trust support this project, however, will require support from Council for procurement. Cycle Trail Opua to Taumarere replacement. The Trust support this project pending that we're able to secure all funding and that that's confirmed and in place. Cycle Trail minor improvements. The Trust supports Cycle Trail minor improvements, which include native fruit tree planting, seats, new signs, quirky infrastructure, picnic tables, eco counters, and the installation of AEDs across the cycle trail network. Community pump tracks. The Trust support this project. The communities of Kaikohe and Moerewa will benefit from these infrastructure installations. The Cycle Trail Reserve, we're seeking to install picnic tables, quirky infrastructure, bike stands, fruit trees, and insert panels. The Koraha Mountain Bike Springs Trail aligns with the upgraded Ngāwha Hot Springs and Power Station Visitor Centre. Please note this project is community driven with the support of Top Energy, Ngāti Hine Forestry Trust, Northland Regional Corrections Facility and the Trust. Cycle Trail Utukura Rest Area, similar to Kaikohe, we're looking to include picnic tables, quirky infrastructure, etc. Cycle Trail Biodiversity Corridor, we're looking at planting of natives and fruit trees. This work has already started and we've managed to put in so far 8,000 native trees since the trail was opened in 2017. Cycle Trail Visitor Experience Development. We're seeking support for the development of cafe, accommodation and recreation activities for the purpose of increasing overnight stays at the western terminus of the cycle trail. This would be spread across 10 years. Okiato to Russell, Orks Road. This is a heartland cycle route. The Trust support this project. Waitangi to Kirikiri, the Trust support this project and would also support it being community-led. Construction costs, however, are likely to increase due to the terrain within the Waitangi Forest. Opua CBD link. We are looking to create a connection between the Opua CBD and the start of the cycle trail. We seek to engage a design consultant and to enhance the entrance of the cycle trail at Beffin Street, Opua. Opua to Paihia Coastal Walkway. The Trust support this project, however, acknowledge that it is not feasible for cyclists to ride bikes on. To Paihia on-road extension. The Trust support this project, which aims to improve the on-road connection between Opua and Paihia for cyclists. Cycle trail extension, Kawakawa diversion. The Trust confirms that this extension has been constructed. Renewals, cycleway network renewals. The Trust support network renewals for cycle trail resurfacing. Footpath renewals, Kaipui to Hokianga Ward. The Trust support a footpath widening on Horeke Road between the fire station and the wharf, approximately 600 metres. Dust sealing of critical risk roads, Kaipui to Hokianga Ward. The Trust requests the sealing of the following roads to eliminate dust hazards for cyclists between Utakura and Horeke, the intersection of Horeke and Mangataraere roads through Te Rangiahua Road, approximately 6.1 kms. I just want to talk a little bit on this section because at the moment...
Adrian, sorry to interrupt, you only got 1 minute left.
Oh, okay, keep going. There also needs to be a safe link from Horeke through to Macdonell Road to support accommodation and recreational activities for cyclists, as well as camper vans. And just finally, proposed 30-year infrastructure strategy. Pouhunga Tai Twin Coast Cycle Trail Trust will continue to advocate for the development of walking and cycling networks throughout the far north over the next 30 years to support the following documents, which are bullet pointed. Kia ora ngā mihi kia koutou.
That's an excellent submission, very detailed. Can you tell me what it adds up to? Do you know?
Oh, I haven't added it up. I think it'll be in the 10-year plan. I can't tell you offhand, Anne, but I can find out for you.
Okay. I'm sorry I don't have time over time, but we'll take that into consideration and we may commission some additional information. Thank you very much for your time. The next presenter we have this morning is Andrea Ray. I apologise if I'm not saying that correctly.
Yeah.
Hello, Andrea.
Hi.
Page 119 if you're on a hard copy, submitter ID 146 for online. We have 10 minutes. We're in your hands. I'll start the clock when you're ready to go.
So I'm just here as a ratepayer. My name's Andrea Thackeray and I live at Mahinipua. We bought our property in 1986, which is 35, 40 years ago. And since then I've planted beautiful orchards for my grandchildren who are now climbing them and picking the fruit in the summer. It's our home, we love it, we don't want to sell it. The fact that the property's gone up in value doesn't really mean anything to us unless we sell it. So it's just something that's, with the rates are like a noose around our neck, they just keep going up and up and up. When I first bought this property, it was such a long drive into town. I would go once every 2 weeks and drive in and do my basic grocery shopping and supplies only and drive home. I was only, 25, 26, and I'd just lie on the bed exhausted. My point being, people that live such a long way out of town don't really use the facilities as much as people that are in town.
sort of, even today, it's $25 and petrol to drive to town, it's 40 minutes each way, and it has to be a good reason to go in. So I don't really just go in and hang out. I pay currently $10,000 in rates every year, just over that, which is $200 a week at the moment. It's going to go up, according to your little calculator thing, $3,700. So it'll be $13,700 a year, which is $250 a week, which is a lot of money. I'm actually happy to pay my flat rate, which is what everybody should pay for the facilities that the council provides, which I have to say are fantastic. I'm not knocking what you're doing. I love the new airport and all the wonderful things that are going on. But the main thing that my point is, it's $10 a week for everyone to pay that flat rate, and everybody uses it. And I don't really think that it's fair that it gets put onto people like me. I'm a solo mum. I have been for the last 10 years, and I work really, really hard, and $200 to $250 a week is a lot of money. So I don't think the flat rate should be changing according to basically properties that are high in value. There are a lot of people that bought their property a long time ago, and they just happen to go up in value, which is great if we want to sell. If you don't want to sell, it's not really fair, I don't feel. So the other thing that I want to talk about is, in the long-term plan, it says that you are wanting to limit the rate increase to the CPI, which is inflation, which is around 2%, I believe, plus 3.5% annually, which we could say is 5% compounding, which is, I don't know if my ex-husband used to go on about the rule of 72, and it applies here. It's interesting. You probably all know about it, but regardless, I'll tell you, basically, it means in 72 years, interest will double at 1%. So at 5%, the money that I have to pay will double in 14 years. So if it happens to go up that much every year, I will have to pay $27,000 in 14 years. And that's $500 a week in my retirement. How do I pay $500 a week? So I think that is worth thinking about. So it happens in Auckland and all over the country when rates go up to be a huge amount that people can't pay. They have to sell their properties. In Mahanipua, we have Germans, English, Chinese, Russians, all sorts of different nationalities that are buying properties out there. And I just think we need to be careful that we don't rate people out of their homes to the extent that, we just end up making Northland and New Zealand beautiful for offshore buyers to come in and take the land, because New Zealanders can't afford to pay $500 a week in rent, or at the moment $250 a week, which is still, without speculation, a lot of money, and it's what I'm being asked to pay. So the other thing that I want to talk about is the commercial rates, and I just want to put in the little point that people with commercial property pay their rates pre-tax, and people with private properties, we pay our tax and then we pay tax again, which is the rates. So commercial properties have got quite a good benefit there, and it would be good if that was taken into account rather than making it all the same rate. They should pay a little bit more, in my opinion, because it would just counteract that tax thing. So my 3 points being the flat rate, I feel that it should stay as it is. And I'm questioning you're limiting the increase in rates to the inflation plus 3.5%. And I'd also like to point out that 30% increase, which is what my rates are proposed to be for next year, is a lot more than 3.5% as well. So I don't know how that works. And just, there was a small point about the commercial rates. So that was all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
That was an excellent submission. Thank you very much for driving all this way to present it in person.
Oh, thank you.
Questions from the floor? Councillor Stratford?
Yeah.
Hello, Andrea. Thank you for your submission. Just clarity on, you didn't mention whether you supported, so at the moment we rate on land value, and the proposal is to slowly switch to capital value, which is probably where that 35% increase came from, and you didn't, I missed it perhaps.
Okay.
Cover that in your submission.
No, I didn't mention that. I'm in the unusual position that I have a property that's worth now with I guess property prices, lots of money. Wasn't when we bought it, but I'm still living in an uninsulated little batch. So it's, to me, I guess it's not going to make that much difference. So personally, this is just what's personally affecting me, which is what I'm talking to you about. I think I can understand it, and I actually don't mind that.
So it's the compounding increase that is the issue.
The compounding interest is one issue. I think the main issue that I'm upset about is the flat rate changing. I think everybody should pay $10 a week. I don't think it's a lot of money for everyone, whereas when you put it onto the high value, I have to pay $50 a week more, and I don't use those facilities like people that are actually in the towns. And I'm sure everybody's been coming in here saying, oh, I have to pay for my own septic tank to be cleaned, I have to pay for my water tank, and I have to pay to drive to the dump and all those things. So I don't think I need to repeat that. But really, the capital value, I don't mind that. It's more the flat rate, which is my main reason I drove this way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions? On behalf of my colleagues, thank you very much for your time this morning. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Whitehall.
You okay? Yeah.
The next submitter is Broad Angels Charitable Trust and Cafe Cinema, page 140 if you're on a paper copy. Submitter ID 784 if you are online. Morning. Welcome to the hearings, day 3 of 4. It's lovely to see you this morning. Just before I start the clock, you have 10 minutes. I just want to let you know that we are live streaming today's hearings, and there are a significant number of staff and elected members who are not physically present in the room, but they are observing us remotely via Teams. When you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Louise Whitbom, and I am a proud fifth generation Kiwi. I've spent the last 15 years working and living in Kirikiri, and our children grew up here. I would like to acknowledge you all and the responsibility you hold to carry us into the future. It's a huge responsibility. I'm guessing you've talked a lot about roads, rates and infrastructure so far. My written submission touches on that. In front of you, you should have a piece of paper with photos on the front. Oh, I've only got 10 minutes today, so I'm going to talk fast. I've got my Broad Angels charity hat on. We have provided emergency support in Barnwell for the last 9 years. We should not even exist. So, just to paint a picture, let's start with some basic personal stuff. Don't be shy, be honest. Put your hand up if you can answer yes. Who brushed their teeth today? Who's planning a feed of good kai today? You're not? Who's got a flushing toilet? Great. So we're all normal. One more question. Anyone with kids? Grandchildren? Nieces and nephews? So what do you want normal to look like for them in the future? Let's take a look at the photos you've got in front of you. The two boys in the first pic walk to a creek 15 minutes away from their home to fill those containers with water. There's a small cracked tank at home, which is a tiny 3 by 3 metre cabin. Mum, Dad and 4 kids live there. Dad works seasonal work and Mum has been applying for jobs, but logistics like transport and childcare are difficult. There's no kitchen, no bathroom, no electricity. They have a barbecue for cooking, but when it rains, they're all inside. We're in the Bay of Islands here. The eldest is a 13-year-old girl who gets her period. She has nowhere to be private. She doesn't have her own bed. This is their normal. That boy in blue in the picture, he's 13. He lives in a garage with one window. It has a dirt floor, no bathroom, no kitchen, no electricity, no running water. His dad died of cancer and he has 4 brothers, and the eldest, at 18 years, is severely disabled. We think it was fetal alcohol syndrome, and then he was unable to access the drugs that were required. He can't hear, he can't see, he's deaf, blind, can't walk or talk. And they've lived there for 10 years. This is their normal. The meaning of normal, according to the Oxford Dictionary, is usual, typical, or expected. And the adjective is conforming to a standard that is usual, typical, or expected. Of the 8 youth in our Kiwimana Life Skills program in 2017, not one of them was a bad kid, but they all had a very different normal to you and I. We learned a lot from each other. 3 are employed, and 1 is also in full-time tertiary training. 1 is being whipped off by his employers, who put him on contract with 0 hours, no KiwiSaver, and he has to pay his own ACC and costs. He's a good worker, so he gets his hours. Of the others, 1 has addiction and struggles to stay employed, although she's super bright. 1 has just had a baby, she's 19, and her whānau, that's normal. We got her into tertiary training, but the whānau was so frightened, they sabotaged her chance to thrive. Tertiary education was not their normal. 1 has a father in prison, addictions and mental health issues. He feels proud when he gets seasonal jobs, but that's not sustainable. He was sucked in by car salespeople and now has a massive debt. 1 was murdered by a 14-year-old this year. I don't know what normal looks like for that 14-year-old, but I do know that normal will never be the same for Graham's family. You all know the Far North long-term need rate is well over 20%, the highest in the country. Their normal probably looks a lot like the guys I've just described to you. And those numbers are just a teeny part of the tsunami that's about to hit us. So I'm going to just show you something here. I was going to get someone to come and help me do this, but I'm worried we're going to run out of time. So if we take 2 lots of 100 youth. The ones I've just described, I'm calling them lost because they're not being heard, they're not being seen for any good reasons. And they feel lost. The others are working well. They're my kids, your kids. So there's 100 in each group. They're 15 years old right now. These guys, according to the statistics, are going to reproduce at a rate of 1.9 each. So I'm going to make that times 2 just because I'm not good at maths. And these guys are going to reproduce at a rate of probably 5 on average, just because it's normal. So in the next 10 years, these guys are going to turn into 200. And these guys are going to turn into 500. Everyone agree? So in the next 25 years, these guys are going to turn into 400. Another 25 years, they're going to turn into 800. Another 25 years, and they're going to turn into 1,600. Does everyone agree with that? That makes sense? These guys, in the next 25 years, are going to turn into 2,500. And in the next 50 years, they're turning into 12,500. By the time you get to your 80-year plan, they've turned into 62,500. It's 21. So what side of this is more now? This is more. So what do you think we should be focusing on? How can we ensure our people are engaged, employed, healthy and hopeful? They need to feel valued and they need to be listened to. We can't solve this problem in 10 minutes, but you can make it a priority to take this tsunami warning seriously. Putting the well-being of community and people first is one of the 5 key drivers in your ATV plan. You say community groups have got a role to play in delivering this vision. Yeah, and we're keen to talk to you. Talk to us. Be the brave and courageous leaders. Be the change. Be the council that really puts the people at the forefront of strategy and action. So what do we want to see happen here at the FNDC? We want a standing agenda item for every decision that asks the question, how does this decision or plan impact on the wellness of our most vulnerable people? We want transport solutions so our people can engage in sport, music, drama, education, targeted solutions that change this map. We want you to be accountable to those community groups. We want courageous change and brave leadership so that we can indeed have a district of sustainable prosperity and well-being. It's a big responsibility. It's your responsibility.
Thank you very much for that very moving submission. Genuinely touched a nerve with everybody in the room. Thank you. We don't have any time for questions, colleagues. I'm sorry about that.
That's a shame. I'll leave this agent with you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time and for your patience. The next submitter we have is Rod Young. Page 142 if you're on a paper tag, 125 if you're online. Rod, come forward. Thank you. Welcome to the hearing.
Thank you very much.
Bring your hands when you're ready.
My name is Rod Young and I reside in Kerikeri. In respect of the 10-year plan, my main concern is the lack of infrastructure planning in Kerikeri. I had a look at the proposed plan online, and in particular Kerikeri infrastructure plan, to see what was there. It's been a topical issue in Kerikeri for at least 20 years, and I couldn't find anything. So I attended the roadshow. I asked the question as to why I could not find anything, and was informed that it was not included in the proposed 10-year plan. I asked why not, and was advised that the appropriate infrastructure planning report had not been commissioned for infrastructure to be included. I submit that priority be given to a spatial infrastructure planning in Kerikeri, or be given to, so that residents can be informed, particularly as some of the options are likely to affect existing individual property rights. The current level of property development is reducing future options and likely to raise costs. The response when I attended the roadshow started me thinking, how did we get to the situation where this strategic issue has not been addressed and included in the proposed 10-year plan? The talk fest over the last 20 years becomes 30 years if it is not included in the proposed plan. It appears to me that there could well be a gap in the strategic planning process, which is allowing priority issues to fall through the cracks. Perhaps there is also a gap in the process that clearly does not identify what is to be achieved, including timeframes, and who is responsible for the various components. Good strategic planning that takes into account developing issues is imperative, and it can coordinate different council management groups to achieve desired outcomes. Ratepayers rightly have the opportunity to review plans, but we have an expectation that council will be on top of strategic issues and have good internal processes to provide outcomes. As an aside, I note that the council purchased new land for recreational purposes at Waipapa, and whilst I do not have a particular view on the matter, it seems to me to be a good example of council acting in a timely and strategic manner. I'd like to also refer briefly to the 80-year strategic planning document. I have a problem with strategic planning documents of this nature. My view is that as an example of the current expedient political management process of commissioning a report and appearing to do something without actually achieving much. This document includes a number of unsupported statements and assumptions that are presumably intended to drive a strategic planning process. Reading between the lines, it appears that a new council team will be required to implement and manage the whole process. In my view, documents of this standard quickly become dated and irrelevant due to the issues raised, which are both complex and expensive to implement and manage. It can also create unrealistic expectations that are only likely to perpetuate negative sentiments when little is achieved and a state of inertia ensues. I believe that a more effective process would have been to prepare a summary of the various public meetings, prioritise the suggestions, taking into account the physical and financial realities, and allowing for priorities to be revised over time if it is deemed appropriate. A good strategic planning process can manage this and take into account the obligations that council have. I believe that this approach is far more likely to achieve results than having the inevitable ongoing talk fest in this strategic planning document rather than action. Thank you, and that is my submission.
Thank you very much. It was well presented and timely. Any questions for Mr. Young? Councillor Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Young. You're advocating for more planning and implementation and infrastructure, which we've heard before. But you mentioned an effect on property rights. I just wonder if you elaborate on that. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
What I assume is that some of the options of Archell Road will go through private property. So, for example, and I only use this example, there has long been talk about traffic from Inlet Road being directed up through Shepherd Road up to State Highway 10. Now, clearly this involves private land. So that's the sort of thing that I'm referring to.
So it suggests people need to have some surety, some confidence.
Yes.
What's happening in the future.
Now, I'm not a planner, but I understand that it may be designations or something, and clearly it would be wise to discuss those options with the landowners involved. But it's a very important part, because I don't see the point of waiting till the last minute and then trying to do it. You should have the plans in place.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the submitter? Thank you. Thank you very much for your time this morning and for driving over to present in person. That is genuinely appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Our next submitter this morning is John Morris. John Morris is page 63 or submitter ID 691. Come forward and take a seat, John.
Good morning.
I think you've heard enough of my spiel about how we're all zooming you out
Of course.
online, so you know the drill.
I do indeed.
10 minutes, the ball is in your court when you're ready to start.
Okay, thank you very much. Kia ora, Madam Chair, Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I have a prepared statement, so I'll just go through it and hopefully you can catch up a little bit on your time, get your coffee. Okay. So, as a pensioner, nearly a quarter of my income goes on rates. This gives me around $200 a week to live on and cover up my other expenses. The proposed new rating system is likely to increase the burden on myself and other people on low income, causing real hardship. Northland has a high percentage of people on low income. It counts as a public service, so I question how this benefits the society that it's supposed to look after, making the lives of its citizens more difficult by increasing financial strain on those citizens. Basing rates on an ever-increasing upward spiral on the value of property, which in itself is based on the avarice of real estate agents and overseas and Auckland-based investors largely, is hardly a fair way to tax the local population who have very little control over the value of their homes. We are constantly told that it is necessary to increase rates for the services that the council provides, but pensioners and people on low income rarely get an increase to keep up with the level of the increase proposed. We see that some members of the staff of the council are on salaries which are quite frankly astonishing, along with other benefits they enjoy in these roles. But it appears that the decisions that they are paid to make on these salaries causes real hardship in the district, and in some instances may be causing people to leave the district because they're struggling with the affordability of living here. How can it be right that this is allowed to occur? We are lucky to live in such a beautiful place, but it should not become a place where only those privileged enough to have high incomes can afford to live. What the CEO for Farnham District Council get paid in just over 2 weeks amounts to approximately the pension of a single pensioner. You know, it's a ridiculous amount of money. So no doubt his salary will increase over time. It's perhaps time that some of these super salaries were curtailed. For instance, last year in June, the CEO in New Plymouth took a voluntary 10% pay cut. Perhaps it's time for similar things to occur here. I'm not sure that would be terribly popular. This would at least show some respect for those on low incomes and acknowledge that there is a real need to assess how to make it fair way to make the council look after its ratepayers in a more equitable way. Many of the amenities provided for by the council are used by people from outside the area. So should the council not be lobbying central government more vigorously for higher grants towards things such as roading contributions, green facilities, waste treatment, water treatment, all of those things, which impact on everybody, not just the local population. Rebates for those on low income are difficult to access, and perhaps an easier system could be devised to help pensioners on those low incomes. This would at least give us a chance to maintain our ability to stay in the place we call home. Many pensions are asset rich but cash poor. We've chosen Northland to live, but we should not be driven out by an institution that we pay for, and that in theory is there to look after our interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submission. Well delivered. Questions from my colleagues? No questions? Thank you very much for driving over today and presenting in person. Enjoy the rest of your day. Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley, you are a regular presenter before council, so you know the drill. I don't need to give you my welcome speech, but it's nice to see you as always. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll start the clock when you're ready.
This form was very narrow and it's self-explanatory, and I'd like you to give real serious consideration to the elderly in our community. But nothing changes if nothing happens. So I think, having drawn your attention to it, you can take care of it. But the other day, my attention was drawn to something, and I'm not doing this to upstage or anything, but I see it as a matter of urgency, serious urgency. Water. The lake on Lake Kararoo on the top of the hill out near Tautra is going dry. I flew over it on Sunday to get a picture to show you, but unfortunately the picture doesn't show quite what I wanted. It didn't come out as clear as it should do. However, in that little tiki tour in the air, I took the opportunity to have a look at a few other places. And the picture that you've got in front of you, one is the Matawee Dam, and the other one is a proposed dam site on Hillcrest Road. And even with the disparity of those two elevations, you can see that the Hillcrest Road site has a potential to hold at least 4 times as much water as the Matawee Dam. I accept that the Matawee Dam will serve a purpose in the short term for the horticulture enterprises there, but in the long term, Kaikohe will run out of water. 2 springs on my farm are gone dry, and I've spent half my lifetime here, the thick end of 50 years. There is water under Kaikohe, but nobody's really going after it in the right place. That dam on the end of Hillcrest Road could have been built 20 years ago, except for personnel clashes. Not really good enough. I would like to see some serious consideration given to the demands relating to water. With the Innovation Enterprise Park getting up to full steam in the near future, there's going to be demands that we haven't even contemplated. There are, I think from memory, around about 50 pools and springs in and around Kaikohe. I had a list of them all once. I think I could remember them if I had to go look for them. Belgium has a spa facility very similar to NAFA. They have 1.5 million visitors a year through that spa facility. NAFA has that potential. What Top Energy has done for us is created a unique opportunity to attract enterprise to this area, and water will be the limiting factor. One solution would be to raise Lake Omapri back to the 1963 levels. 6 feet of water on the top of Lake Omapri would make quite a difference. Future-proof the area. But it's coming back to a commitment by the late trustees. I heard them make a commitment last year to raise it back again to those levels. It hasn't happened. Water is the life of any community, and I do believe that we're not taking it seriously enough. I've raised the issue If there's any questions that you want to know answers to, I will try and help you find them. But to me, something has to be done, and rather quickly, rather like yesterday. We cannot miss an opportunity. Pukekohe is being swamped under houses. Kaikohe has soils very similar, if not better. We could be growing root vegetables. Water is not quite the crucial factor. We have an airport that's being underutilised. We could be exporting produce from here on a customer's table within 6 hours, even Singapore. The opportunities for our little area are limitless. It just depends on our drive and initiative. Come back to water. That land at the end of Hillcrest Road at the present moment is owned by one person. He's very willing and keen to do something sensible because he does have an ambition to go to Australia. It's available. The property is entirely owned by one person, and the money spent there would achieve far better results than any money spent on Matawee. The ball's in your court. It just needs some little bit more forward thinking to cater for a population that is inevitably going to come to this area. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Your passion in this space never falters. It's very admired. Thank you.
It's never meant to, Madam Chair.
Questions from the floor. Councillor Stratford.
Hello, Sean. So the Te Tai Tokerau Water Trust would be the avenue, and I understand they don't have the funding to go around buying land. Are you asking that council invest in that property as part of water resilience for Kaikohe?
In some respects you could say that, but I have some faith in that water trust because Ken Riddle is one of them and he knows this issue as good as anybody. And I have some respect for David Samuels, so that the committee as such confident of their wisdom.
Are they considering your proposal?
Look, I haven't spoken to them directly on that subject to ask that direct question, but Ken is, well, we're all living on borrowed time, but I think his time is a little bit more shaky than mine at the moment. But he knows, and he has got our long-term future at heart.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford. Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Riley. Just in terms of springs that would feed the dam up on the upper Hillcrest area, do you know of what springs there are there?
I've never gone to look at them. I'm just going by what Ken's told me. And if he says it would work, I'll take his word for it.
Yep.
At the time it was proposed, Jimmy Rindle owned the property, so that Ken is very familiar with the property. But the expanse is there, and it's self-made. The two buttresses are already there. All you've got to do is take the fill out behind, fill up. It was a magnificent opportunity to do something. Personalities killed it. And better than that, water from that side doesn't need pumping. It gravitates.
Yep, it's higher than Kaikohe.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? If not, Mr. Riley, thank you very much for your submission.
You've never had so much in 5 minutes, have you?
Oh, I don't know. We've had some pretty stunning submissions in the last couple of days, I have to say. Very public. It's amazing. Colleagues, we now...
Just before I go, I did mention Waikaka Stream. Waikaka Stream, there are 4 streams that come out of it.
Mr. Riley, you're at time. I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
That Waikaka Stream has on draw.
To 10 minutes. We're just about to go for our morning tea break. I'm going to invite our guests to join us. We will reconvene at 11:20, and this is your opportunity, Mr. Riley, to commandeer your elected members one-on-one to continue your conversation. Get from me, I'll be hiding. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes, we've got.
Andy, can I move the playground for Kitty Domain to the local government, please?
Discussion for the.
Oh, Tony will be here shortly. Oh, that's not your one. Hang on.
Okay, good morning, colleagues and guests. We're 11:20 on the dot, so we'll get back to hearing from our submitters on LTP. Our next guest is joining us online. Just before we go to you, Mr. McInnes, I just would like to reiterate that today's proceedings are being live streamed. So we are broadcasting on YouTube. I need to make that disclaimer in the interest of your privacy, that you're aware of that is happening. I'd also like to let you know that a significant number of elected members and staff are watching us via Teams, via the cameras in the room. So while they're not physically present in the chambers, your audience is a cast of thousands sitting out there in the crowd. Each submitter gets 10 minutes. If you don't use your full 10 minutes, I will open up the floor to questions and clarification from my colleagues. This is your 10 minutes to tell us what you want us to hear, and it's entirely in your hands how you use that 10 minutes. So our next submitter is from Water Safety New Zealand. I'm just going to do a sound check, Mr. McInnes. Can you hear it?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, and we'll start the clock when you're ready.
Thank you. Tēnā tātou, ngā mihi ki ngā rangatira. Tēnā rā tātou katoa. I'm Neil McInnes. I am the Water Safety New Zealand's Manager of Capability and Investment. That means I look after our funding program as well as the capability of our sector partners to be able to deliver water safety and drowning prevention. I'm also leading work with local stakeholders around the development of regional water safety strategies in Auckland, Bay of Plenty and Waikato. I'm here today because the Northland has one of the highest drowning rates in New Zealand. And we are conscious of wanting to be more effective in our activities in Northland and try and focus our funded partners to be more effective in reducing drowning in the far north. Having said that, I'm not here to ask for money or ask you to build anything or ask you to fix something. I'm here to ask you to see drowning prevention as something that the Far North District Council is interested in, because it's about the well-being of those in the far north. Our submission identifies how drowning prevention relates to the 4 community well-beings, and it's that to what I'm on to focus on. At this point, I'd just like to note that on average, about 11 people drown in the in Northland a year. It's one of the highest risk regions that we have, and per 100,000, there's 8.5 fatalities over the past 10 years. I guess really my message is simple. We want the Far North District Council to help Water Safety New Zealand and the water safety sector stakeholders improve water safety and reduce drowning in the far north. Our focus is primarily on water safety education and behaviour change through social marketing. We also fund a range of partner organisations, around $2 million a year, to deliver programs mainly focused at young people at primary school aged. We have existing funding partnerships in Northland and have been funding Sport Northland to deliver our flagship Water Skills for Life program for a number of years. We're very keen to explore how we can work with the Far North District Council. And in this I note, and I'll just do a little bit of a ad here, we launched a new 5-year water safety sector strategy in Wellington. The Minister for Communities and ethnic groups came to launch that for us, and we have a very strong focus on Māori drowning prevention, and there's a range of objectives in that strategy which we think we can work with Far North District Council on. In closing, Water Safe New Zealand is not seeking money from Far North District Council for drowning prevention. We have funding available for Far North District Council. Moreover, we have identified that drowning prevention has the potential to contribute to the well-being of your constituents. We therefore would like the Far North District Council to help with the development of programs that address drowning in Northland. Nā reira, ngā mihi kia koutou.
Thank you, Mr. McInnes. That was an excellent submission, and I just want to acknowledge that it's very unusual for someone to say, we have money, we'd like to help you, normally the other way round, we'd like some money from the ratepayers, so that's very refreshing to hear. Thank you very much. I'm just now going to open up the floor to my colleagues if they have any questions for you. Councillor Glendon.
Yeah, thank you for that. You indicate sort of a wish to work with council, but I just wonder what the forum for that might be. What might that look like to have some relationship or cooperation going on?
Thank you. Good question. We want to work with council staff because drowning is a local problem. It's about local conditions, and the solutions to address it will basically be based on local understandings and local relationships. It's not, I can't do that sort of stuff in Wellington. You have to have the connections into the community. What we'd be looking for is for the Far North District Council to basically be able to point us to key stakeholders and how they understand the nature of these drowning risks. Where are the areas where we might need to put signage? What sort of areas get big action in the summer? Local knowledge will help us.
Councillor Collard.
Surely the access to a local youth as such is through the schooling facilities that we have, because all young kids go to school. So is that perhaps not the right area to focus on?
So we do focus on primary school children. We have funding relationship in the Far North with Sport Northland to deliver Water Skills for Life to primary school kids. But that's only one angle into the drowning prevention issue. You'll find that the large proportion of the people who are drowning are in that 15 to 24 age group, and then perhaps 35 to 45. So those are your groups. You actually have to have targeted messages. Not everybody remembers what they learned at primary school, and sometimes you need to be there at the so the Far North Regional Council may well be at the boat jetty talking about life jackets, and then there's fresh water, which is not so much covered by pool-based learning.
Thank you. Councillor Stratford has a question.
Kia ora, thanks for your submission. Our district has a lot of visitors to a number of our beaches around our district. Would you say we also need to look after our tourists and visitors to the district?
Yeah, this is a challenge, particularly in Northland. We are aware that with similarly also to the Bay of Plenty, there's a big influx of people around the summer, beach swimming, boating. The focus that we have is to ensure that all New Zealanders and international visitors are receiving the right sorts of messages and warnings But ultimately, the local drowning conditions need to be made aware to those people. So we do know of people going, I think there was a classic case of the young German woman who basically just went straight out and off 90 Mile Beach and immediately got in trouble and drowned. That I guess is the issue that you're talking about. We just have to persevere with signage and education nationally.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McInnes, for your submission and for your passion in the road and the I was going to say road safety, but that's a Freudian slip on my behalf. Water safety space. Thank you very much for making yourself available to us this morning. Have a great day.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia kite.
Our next submitted this morning is Northland Inc. So we get Tanya Burt and Murray Reid. Good morning. Come up and have a seat.
Morena tātou e ngā rangatira mā, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou. So my name is Murray Reid, I'm with Northland Inc. and Tanya is here to support me today. Tanya manages our regional, our RTO, our Regional Tourism Office, and also oversees the development of our recent initiative, and I acknowledge Tanya's effort in that, the Destination Management Plan, which we managed to get some funding for to undertake. But thank you for the opportunity to present. There's just a few things just want to make comment on, and I'll take most of it as read. But the first point to talk about is a comment around enabling sustainable economic development. We support Far North District Council contributing to that and being part of that. And really support this organisation taking a greater role in economic development. But look, in saying that, I do acknowledge the work that Mayor John and yourself, Anna, and the team do here, and also acknowledging Sean as well and the support we received from the council. So it's fantastic, and we really do appreciate it. I guess the context for us is around the whanaungatanga that was developed last year, and in particular for Northland Inc. Comparatively, we're pretty challenged in terms of funding. I think we're the least funded EDA in New Zealand, and so with the concept of whanaungatanga and what's happening up here and the opportunities, it's been really great to see more support to be able to undertake some of the work that's going on. Really create efficiencies, and I guess give the council a greater opportunity to comment on our statement of intent and how we can work moving forward. And it certainly would give us, as the Regional Economic Development Agency, a little bit more certainty about what we could do and in terms of supporting yourselves. So in terms of that, just recapping, really support Far North District Council becoming involved with Northland Inc., particularly for the joint CCO process. And equally, still want to acknowledge the support we do get from yourselves. And Sean's not here, but from Sean's end, it is good, and we do appreciate it. So thank you for that. Just a couple of other things to comment on in terms of infrastructure investment. We are very supportive of the ongoing investment into enabling infrastructure for the district, and commend you and your team on that, particularly the great work that you've done through the Provincial Growth Fund and securing funding for that. That's been fantastic. And also supporting our efforts in terms of the Te Toketo Northern Economic Action Plan. Some great work has come out of that in terms of partnering the Capital Works program, for example, Northern Walking and Cycling Strategy, and Integrated Cycling Implementation Plan. So there's some great work being done there. So just want to acknowledge that and endorse and support you in terms of your infrastructure development. Clearly, we think the development of good infrastructure is a fundamental component of good economic development, so acknowledging that. In tourism and destination management strategy, so more of the same thing, really continuing to work with yourselves and support us. So Tanya and Northland Inc. are responsible for promoting a region for tourism purposes. We know that it's a fairly significant contributor to our overall GDP, and we know that recently through COVID, the sector took a pretty big hit. So really looking to continue to work with yourselves in developing that sector. We know that your infrastructure strategy puts tourism as one of the largest contributors to the local economy, so really want to continue that work. And as I said before, really positive to see the continued investment into your capital program and infrastructure strategy. Some of the projects in our action plan and some of the work that Tanya does works in with yourselves. So once again, we think it is a really important thing to be able to work with yourselves. And more importantly, as I mentioned before, we are developing, or rather Tanya and the team have received some funding from government to develop a destination management plan, and we think that's quite a critical aspect of that, developing the sector, so really looking forward to continued support for that. Once again, just in terms of that overall support, we comparatively, I think we're probably in the bottom 3 in terms of the funding support we get, but the team at Northern Link do a great job, and I think we do manage to achieve some great results. So really just reinforcing that any support we can get would be very much appreciated. So that is essentially the presentation or the submission in summary. So happy to take any questions from yourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Usich, Councillor Brendan, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So just a quick question, and Murray, I think you can answer this. As you are aware, through our community boards, we do put money available for events funding. And what I'll be really keen to see, so the questions coming, is looking at partnerships, say, with that fund, in terms of what you bring to the party, so there's coordination. I take it you'd be happy with that, plus other potential partnerships as well? Because I'm thinking about efficiency, there is not duplication of effort. So the question is, are you happy to enter into such arrangements?
Absolutely, and so probably I'll hand over to Tony, because once again we've managed to secure some funding through central government for events.
Yep.
For events activity, but
kia ora, a great question. The partnerships are what it's all about. We acknowledge that we can't do this on our own. We might be the central government pipeline for events funding for a slightly bigger pot than what you're able to achieve here. So we've decided that the regional events fund needs to fill the gap with the funds that exist, so it has to absolutely work in partnership with those community events funds and the other contestable funds that exist already in the region. On that note, we're assembling a decision-making panel that will preside over the investment of those funds that will be made up of representatives from each council, so that we can make sure we pull that initiative together. We're also partnering with the events industry and wider industries as well. Can't be done on its own, so.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon.
You make a very good point in the position that the joint CCO model, which I personally support and I hope we achieve it, but it also has a risk of raising expectations that you'll become all things to all people. But having acknowledged that, and I guess even putting aside the RTO, the tourism related stuff, what means do you think you'll have, or what presence might you have in the far north so that people buy into the concept as we progress? How do you raise the profile and the physical presence or the influence maybe of Northern Link in areas where basically you're not really much of a known quantity yet?
Yeah, great. And so it is a challenge for us to get the profile of Northern Link out there, because a lot of our resources are dedicated to doing and not to running. But to answer your question, I think the first step, if you take the Ngāwha Innovation Park, there's a real opportunity for our organisation to make a presence in their park, and I mean that's really just down the road. So I think being able to see us executing some of these projects in the region is really important. We have talked about a comm strategy and working on a comm strategy, but at this stage it really is just a discussion about how we do that and how we, as mentioned before, engage. But I think if I could that Ngāwha Innovation Park is a fantastic opportunity, say, for Northern Ag to take a presence. And so if we can do that, then people will see us here, and then we've got a better opportunity to engage.
In your submission, you mentioned that Northland received only $7.40 per capita from councils, being the lowest rate that you were talking about. My question is, under the proposals that's currently in front of our ratepayers, do you know what that per capita spend would be? For investment, more than spend?
I think that research was done by Northern Regional Council just in the last few months, so it won't shift the needle very much at all. It's on the most recent data.
But take your point in terms of the additional funding. We haven't looked at what that might look like, but probably look. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers and look at what the forecasted investment will be. But I think you're right. It probably may not shift it too much.
It won't shift the position of Northern Ag. We will still be the lowest.
Yeah.
But it will just lift that per capita rate.
Thank you very much. We're coming to the end of the 10 minutes, and I want to thank you very much. I know you've been a long way to make this submission. Thank you. Safe travels on your way home. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Kia ora.
Our next presentation this morning is Shane Lawson. ID 577. I'm grumpy because you're dopey. Did you read it just for us?
No, this is just the cleanest one I could find.
Fantastic.
It's not more targeted, but yes, no.
Shane, 10 minutes. I'll start the clock when you're
Okay, cool. I wasn't confused. I thought my colleague, friend was going first. Good morning, councillors, staff, members of the public. My name is Shane Lawson. My wife Michelle and I milk 300 cows once a day in Okaihau off of 228 hectares. Under the present scheme, capital rating says the value of my farm reflects our ability to pay. What about my mortgage? Our rates are projected to go from 24k to about 33k, roughly a 30% increase. I have heard of instances of up to 20k increases, and still many people are still unaware of some of the rate rises that are coming. Our farms are already under intense pressures. We have to fence off our creeks, which none of us have a problem about, repairing plantings. We're not allowed to plug paddocks, etc., which is, not good practice, which is all good. Environmental challenges, rising compliance costs, and ever-increasing public, watching over the fence. And then we have to contend with Mother Nature, floods, droughts, etc., whatever it chucks at us. Our income is set by the international markets, most of which are all affected by COVID. Coal prices are pretty bad at the moment. So if you're trying to sell young stock, you're at the mercy of everybody at the moment. I personally have been trying to sell in-calf heifers since about June, and they're still on farm, so it's just another cost we've got to carry them. You will face wage increases, shortage of qualified staff, and it's sort of, we're forever looking over our backs. We just sort of feel that this proposed increase is another, knife in our back. We accept we have to pay our share of our rates, even though we have to install and maintain our own water and sewage systems. Sort of struggle to understand why the urban rates are perceived to be going down. From everybody I've talked to, they're all quite happy because they're going down in the urban rates. And I just don't think it's very fair. Where's the limit? Ours going to keep going up and up to pay for all the urban sprawl. It's just... also, see, rates were going down. I was told we're going down in the Hokianga. Well, it costs as much to produce in the Hokianga as it does on the east coast here. So how is that fair? I also hear there's been approval for about 1,200 to 1,500 more homes in Kerikeri and new retirement villages. Whatever happened to user pays? Are they, they going to be rated fairly? Are we paying for it? And that's pretty much all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. The Commission will not surprise you to hear that we've had several along a similar vein over the last few days of hearings, and I'm sure we have a lot more to come. I just want to reassure you that it was a proposal only.
Cool. Yep.
It's out there for public consultation and submissions. No firm position has been arrived at. My colleagues will be considering all the submissions and all the feedback when they deliberate on this matter in May.
Because I was sort of told in a meeting on Monday that a lot of the staff's have already sort of put in place stuff to implement that sort of proposal, but whether or not it's true or not, I do not know.
No actions have been taken to implement anything. We've still got a lot of water to go under the bridge, and we are mindful that the modelling has thrown up some anomalies that we were not immediately aware of, so we do need to understand those. I'm now going to ask my colleagues if they have some questions. Councillor Stratford.
Kia ora. Are you against the shift from land value rating to capital value rating, and are you concerned with the increase in rates year on year?
I am concerned with that. I'm not 100% sure on your first question because I'm doing 100-hour weeks plus at the moment. I'm middle board and carving, so I haven't really had a lot of time to prepare and read everything, but it was just raised to my concern about the proposed rises.
Yeah.
And I thought rather than be quiet and whinge about it later, I had to make time to come in and just, say I'm concerned about it.
Cool. I appreciate you offering your personal context. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Bessich? You normally ask a question at this point.
The patient is here's a dairy farm. I do have a bit of a cheeky question. I take it at 100 hours a week, you're paying yourself below the minimum wage. Is that true?
I'm the silly bugger that does 100-hour week. We're not actually employing anybody at the moment because we can't get anybody worth employing. And so my wife and I, and at the moment, my kids have been dragged out. My alarm goes off at 3:30 every morning, has done for the last 2 years, and just get on with the business. Otherwise, if it fails, well, I've got nobody to blame but myself. So we did hard yards, and
And one thing you didn't mention is is it a 15% or 20% drop in livestock limits expected of you?
It's quite a bit at the moment. I think I heard $1.20 or $1.50 for heifer weights at the sale yesterday, which is normally about $2.20, $2.30. All our bobby calves this year, where there's no bobby run, so you have to shoot them. Nobody wants them. It's no good taking them to the sale because nobody wants them. So that's another thing we have to face, and have been facing on a daily basis. It's sort of disheartening to have to go on there and clean out a pen of calves. But what are your choices? Can't afford to feed them. Nobody wants them. So, got to do the humane thing.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. When you're working a 100-hour week, the fact that you've taken time out of your day to come here today and talk to us in person is genuinely and sincerely appreciated by myself and my colleagues. And we just want to acknowledge that and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
My colleague would like your T-shirt when you're done with it. Joe?
Kia ora.
Hello, have a seat.
Thank you.
Know the drill. Start the clock when you're ready.
Yeah, mine's going to be short and sweet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I too come to you as a concerned dairy farmer. I actually most of my farming friends think that it's all a bit hilarious that we have probably the smallest dairy farm in the whole of the planet.
milking 50 cows on 42 hectares. But yeah, our rate rise is a concern as well. Our rates currently are $3,700 and they're going up, if this proposal goes ahead, they're going up to $4,400, so just under 25%. We sort of worked out that you'd mentioned a question about a long-term rate rise over the next 10 years. If they go up 10% every 10 years, for the next 10 years, should I say, that equates to $12,000, which is 10% of our total income, basically. So, yeah, as you can imagine, that's not very sustainable. Yeah, so as I said, our 42...
Can I just, Mr. Riley, could I ask that you don't, because it gets picked up by the microphones and interferes with the live streaming? Sorry.
You're right.
Carry on.
So as I said, our 42 hectares that we have is actually, when we went to get a loan from the bank, it's actually regarded as a livestock property. So we don't even come under rural lending. So that's how sort of tiny we are. But this rate rise will affect us. So large farms basically absorb many of the fixed expenses. You know, I'm talking about your effluent checks. A large farm, a large operation would absorb that expense more easily than the likes of us. So if you've got, you know, a little operation, any sort of loss, whether it be a dead cow, is significant. So one of my questions is, what are we getting for our increase? We live on Pukepoto Road, which is a metal road, and our bridge floods probably half a dozen times a year, and every time that happens we lose a heap of metal either side of it, so we end up with massive potholes. The tanker navigates its way through all the potholes, and we basically see that road serviced once, maybe twice a year. So we certainly aren't getting any. I'm just interested to know what we're actually getting for our increase in our rates. The other thing that I was concerned about was there seems to be, when I start talking to my fellow farming friends, there seems to be hasn't been any open and honest communication and consultation around these proposed changes. And I'm of the opinion that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm of the understanding that there's a legal requirement that we get notified if our rates go up more than 10%. So maybe someone can correct me on that. Lastly, I want to say that, I went through Bovis testing, which was one of the most stressful things. I thought, being the smallest dairy farm on the planet, I was one of the first dairy farms to go under a notice of direction for Bovis. And it just feels like, as farmers, we are food producers. We provide food for the country and the world, and we are just getting hammered left, right and centre. The mental health, the stress and anxiety that we are getting put under as farmers is having a significant impact on our mental health, which in turn affects our family, affects our business and our productivity. So what does the world want from us? Sorry about the tears, but yeah, it's raw and it's real. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission, and please don't apologise for the tears. It's really important that the elected members who represent the Far North District Council hear from and understand the impact of every decision that we make on the community. So your submission was very real. Questions? Councillor Clendon.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for your honesty. That's important. We've heard from a number of people that they're taken by surprise by these propositions. And yet we've made genuine effort. We sent out a road show and we're using the newspapers and online. But what are the other channels? How can we make sure that you folk in the farming community are hearing our ideas, our proposals? What would be the best way for us to be informing you about what we're up to, do you think? I mean, it's a tricky question, but it's a sincere one.
Well, I think that the biggest thing, as Shane made note of, is that we work. You know, like I say, I only milk 50 cows once a day, but I've still got a forestry business that I support my husband in, and kids and all the rest of it. So, and another part-time job. So, you know, discussion groups are a good way of getting the message through to farmers, I think. But like we say, it's head down, bum up, and
you're busy people, yeah.
And we don't get time to be sitting reading papers.
Thank you. I'm just going to follow up from my colleague. There are 10 of us, and so one of the biggest challenges that we have is the district is incredibly large, and we have limited capacity to be all things to all people. So we do genuinely and sincerely want to engage. So any mechanism that we can do better, let us know. We've had a number of submissions, but the reality is we can't come and visit everybody individually. It's beyond our means. But we want to be the best council in New Zealand. So if anybody's got any brilliant ideas, please share them with us, because we will take them on board. We have a brilliant communication portfolio holder in Councillor Rachel Smith, who I know has been on the road not quite 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since we started this. All over the district sharing the message, as has a number of my colleagues. So this is a message for anybody listening online too, you know, so help us to help you. We've got a minute left. Are there any further questions? I'm just going to depart from script and just dispel one of the urban legends that we've heard again and again in the last couple of days, and we're going to hear again. And don't shoot the messenger. We are creatures of legislation. The government directs the way we can collect rates. We have two methods, capital value and land value, or a combination of the two. Rates are a taxation tool to get the revenue that council needs to provide the services that we deliver in the district. There is no correlation between the services that you receive as an individual and the rates that we collect from you as an individual. And we've got a lot of work to do. We've learned that in the last couple of days. We've got a lot of work to do in disseminating that message out to the ratepayers. We've heard 100 times, what do I get for the rates that I pay? And I guess all I can say is it's the same as paying your tax. People in Wellington decide how it gets spent. It may not directly benefit you. That's a horrible message to deliver, but that's the reality of the environment that we live in. I hope that helps explain the tension that we have in finding the mechanism, the right mechanism to apply rates fairly across the district. And unfortunately, it will always be based on wealth, whether it's the value of your land or the value of your capital, until such time as there's significant overhaul of the rating legislation. But we're working on that too. So we've gone over time, but that was tough on you personally, and I just want to really acknowledge and thank you for your bravery.
Thank you.
Federated Farmers, Richard Gardner. I was going to say good morning, but we're dead on noon now, aren't we? So.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission. I just want to. I mean, you would have read the submission, and the points are fairly short, but I do want to go over some of them. And again, from what you said, Madam Chair, from what I've heard, there's been quite a lot of discussion about the proposed rate increase. I think I'll just start with the council. The council did commendably consult, I think it was last year, about what it was proposing in terms of the rates review, and Federated Farmers did make a submission on that. But I mean, the issue is that from what we think is the taking away of the proposal to take away the UAGC. I think that's the key issue. And I'm looking here at the ideas the council put out. And there are seven boxes, none of which mention any removal of the UAG. So you talk about move as much as possible to the general rate to reduce complexity, transition over 10 years to capital value from land value as the basis for calculating the general rate, to remove some of the unfairness, maintain targeted water, wastewater and stormwater rates, but include a small charge for those who are not directly connected but indirectly benefit from the services, maintain ward rates, reduce the charge for the opportunity to connect to reticulated water, reduce the commercial differential, that is mentioned, and review rates relief. But there's no mention of any change to UAGC and no mention of the resultant, so people have gone in, farmers have gone in and found out by accident that their rates have gone up by, so I think I've heard of one has been 60%. So, and you heard from the previous speaker, so I don't need to add any more than that. But the consultation, although the council has attempted to, but I think we just haven't asked the right questions and put the right propositions to the people. So, I mean, this plan has come out and people just found out by accident the rates are going up. And the council, I think, if it was doing its job properly, would have gone and said, well, look, we've changed the system and this is the result it's going to be. Some of you are going to be facing much higher increases, but there's overall benefit, which I don't think there is. So, but anyway, so that's just a response on the consultation. I think we are a little bit critical of it, although the council has commendably set about doing the right thing, I think, but it's gone wrong somewhere, I think, is the problem. So while we could welcome the council carrying out a comprehensive rating review, and it was timely, the outcome is something of a travesty in our view. The proposal to shift the UAG and the flat rating rate to general rate and reduce the commercial differential will seriously disadvantage the owners of farmland. So we welcome the move towards the capital value based system. There's no way there's a 10% move, and it's fine to probably do it in stages because there is going to be impacts when that happens, but in no way is the 10% value sufficient to even start to offset the disadvantage being brought about by the changes to the UAGC, the rating rate and commercial differential. So we favour capital. We think it's better. I read an article in yesterday's Northern News where the mayor's quoted as saying that it's a fairer system, which we agree with. And it's a better reflection of the ability to pay. And that's probably correct, but the way I like to look at it is we've got two plots of land or two pieces of land, say in an urban area. One's bare, one's got a nice house on it with 5 or 6 bedrooms. On a land value-based rating system, they'll both pay the same rates. Even though the person in the larger house will be using the road a lot more, using the sewage system, using the water, using the library, the swimming pool, whatever else there are for the council's facilities. And obviously the person with the bare land block won't be using any of the facilities. So it does make sense in our view that the person who is actually using the system is paid, and that's achieved by having a capital value rating system. I think one other point to make is that I'm from Auckland, and there Auckland has a capital value based rating system, and it's written in the legislation they have to have a capital value based rating system, and that's considered fair. I remember in the days before the amalgamation in Auckland, Manukau, which was the Manukau City Council as it then was, which was representative of the lower, I wouldn't say the lower end, but the lower the poorer side of the community. They were very strongly in favour of capital value-based rating systems, and it was interesting when the Federated Farmers went out there to support the capital value rating systems. We found the representatives of the small end of town, shall we say, the poorer side of the community were right behind us, and we were right behind them, and so it was a very interesting sort of juxtaposition of value. So we're very much in favour of capital rating systems. And we're concerned that where land value-based rating system is used, it prejudices the higher value properties that are less intensively developed, such as farms. And it's also the land value rating system without differential is not uncommon in local government. And we support the move to a mixture of land capital value rating system depending on the purpose of the rate. So it's a mixture of both depending on the circumstances. You can get both. So that's our view on that. If you've got an proposed overall general rate increase of 5.5%, which you propose, and generally we argue that the rate should be the rate of inflation plus maybe a little bit because of the rate of inflation plus local government cost index, whatever it is. But and the rate is more than that, but we have accepted it around the country this year that in the circumstances of COVID and the council providing a response and having one or two other things like that, we are accepting a generally larger rate increase. 5.5% is acceptable. In fact, all the northern councils, apart from the regional council, have reasonably acceptable rate increases. So we are, so the council is to be commended, I think, for keeping that general rate increase down to what is a reasonable figure in the circumstances. But we do, but by the same token, want you to focus on core services, in particular transport, or roading, and this really what do we mean by that. We continue to be concerned about the state of the rural roads, the quality of some of the road sealing and repairs, and we are a bit concerned about some of the turning on nice to have, such as the cultural hub, Kawakawa and so on. So a new terminal at the Bay of Islands Airport. So just some of those things we ask you to focus more on the basics than on anything else. So the calendar, we probably use my 5 minutes up just briefly, quickly through this rest of the submission. There is a discussion here on climate change. The focus there is that really it's an essential government issue, and the council should confine its response to climate change to doing the things that it's required to do, such as buying electric cars, that sort of thing. Not telling farmers how they should farm their land and asking them to reduce their stock by 25% or whatever that was mentioned earlier on. So it's not the council's role, it's central government's role, that sort of thing. So anyway, so I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
We do have 3 minutes. We have time for questions. I'll go to Councillor Busich.
Yeah, I have a question. This is a great submission, but the question actually is a bit left field. As you probably aware, our soils in New Zealand have the highest carbon content, and I'm just wondering, are there ways that maybe council can look at perhaps offsetting its carbon emissions or encouraging farmers to sequester more carbon into the soils, because that I see is the best solution to our carbon emissions.
Can I just interrupt at this point? I'm sorry, we've got really limited time, and that's not really a question in relation to the submission. And I do have two other colleagues.
Climate change. But
yeah, but I've got two other colleagues that have indicated that they also wish to ask questions, and that could lead into a big theoretical debate. So
I don't think so.
I'm going to just go to Councillor Clinton, see if he's got a question.
Thank you. You speak in favour of a move towards capital value rating. You also, though, suggest you support a move to a mixture of land and capital value. You say depending on the purpose of the rate. I just wonder, where is that? Do you see the mixed model as a step towards capital value, or is it something that run in parallel?
Yeah, I think it's really some of the targeted rates can be probably better at land value, such as probably examples I'm thinking of are probably more than the regional councils feel, such as flood control, that sort of thing. So some of those things that the more land you've got, the more of a contribution you make towards the flooding, for example. And so probably, but it depends on what the rate's for. So things like road, clearly the use of the road is better related to the house that's on the land rather than the land itself. So it's a courses for courses really, but generally capital value, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford.
Just quickly, were you referring to the engagement document from November last
Looks
year.
like it, yep.
Because the consultation document for this year, which came out at the beginning of March, does have the UAGC.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I think looking through the documentation from last year, it was mentioned as a possibility, but not as something the council was seeking input on. So,
like when you engage with your people, you get some ideas. We got suggestions thrown at us, and so we went out and asked more questions. What do you think about the UAGC?
Question, Councillor. Are you going to be here for a while? Are you going to listen to the others
and stay for lunch
from the farming community?
Well,
I'd like to give my colleague, Councillor Usich, the opportunity to engage with you. That's all.
yeah, I do have to killing two birds with one stone today because I'm on my way to Kuiper after this, and
That's all right. I'll write you a letter.
they're due there at 2:00, so I have to leave.
I'll write you a letter and get information that way because I'm writing an article in the paper that will be covering that. And
I think I'm probably saying we're on the right track.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. We will hang around for a little bit anyway. So.
Terence, I understand you've agreed to come forward. Thank you. So Terence was scheduled to appear at 2:10 this afternoon in your list. He's now going to come forward and take the next 10 minutes.
Just give me a couple seconds to prepare.
I will not start the timer until you're ready.
Okay, I think I'm right. I've got some information coming out. Okay, firstly, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you. I'm a dairy farmer also, so it's probably appropriate to follow on from the people before me. And look, hey, I don't envy the job that you've got at the moment, and some of the comments you've made earlier around the challenges that you have with regards to rating, and then the going through this process is also quite challenging. I just want to make some comments around the consultation, and look, I appreciate the question around how can you consult better with the rural community. That's a challenge. Of course, there's federated farmers, but when you read the documentation, there was no reference around the huge hike of rates to the rural sector. So no alarm bells were ringing, and the comment was around a 5.5% rate increase. Support that. So farmers, and some of them, and the majority of them actually looked on the website, and when you looked at the link, the last word on the link was new, so they thought this referred to the thing, and it wasn't until a week ago that I actually discovered that the other website was different. So most farmers thought, oh yeah, ours only goes up, I think it's about 7 or 8%, we can wear that. So there was quite a bit of confusion out there. So I think that comes around to the consultation, the process. And I had feedback from farmers who actually went to some of the meetings, and the staff couldn't talk about the rate rise in the rural sector because they didn't have the information or didn't know. Okay, now you talk quite a bit about the affordability of rates in the proposal, and you've talked about capital versus land value and the challenges and the limits that you have by legislation. You've also got the opportunity to do targeted rates. So there is a third option. When you shift to affordability, you actually need to have some information around who can afford rates. And currently you're using land value, but a land value or a capital value doesn't actually give you any information on the ability of that person to pay. So I handed out the information because I was going to talk to you, and I know that as leaders and governors, you would have been all over this information. So when you have a look at the Beef and Lamb Economic Service, I searched that, and unfortunately it doesn't separate Northland, it includes Northland, Waikato and the Bay of Plenty. The economic farm surplus if we go to the last column for 2021, is $133 a hectare. And when you look on the rate of return on capital, it's 0.9%, not 9%, 0.9. And yet you referenced commercial properties lowering their rates due to affordability because you want to encourage commercial activity in Northland. Don't have a problem with that concept. Commercial rate of return is generally between 3 and 8% in Northland. And these guys here have got 0.9. Now, if you take their effective area, 373 hectares times 133, that's an income, economic surplus of $49,000. Now, that family needs to live off that, needs to pay debt, needs to replace their utes, their tractors, their motorbikes, because that's capital work, out of that money. They are good, honest, hard-working people. If we go over to the dairy economic survey, if you have a look at the bottom, the dairy operating profit on average is $14.92 a hectare. And you compare that to the other lines across the bottom, and it highlights the challenges we have in Northland. It is a difficult place to farm. Just like building roads in Northland, it is a difficult place to operate in. So those guys, their average is around about 191,000. So a bit more, they work a bit harder and have a bit more capital invested in their property. And they're fortunate to have a cooperative that can take their product and take it to the world and make money out of it. But these guys, again, have capital work to do. And they've spent a lot of money on waterway fencing, water reticulation. And for our farm at the moment, we've done that, but our next thing is riparian planting. For our dairy farm at home, it's going to cost us about $100,000 to do the riparian planting on that. These are the environmental impacts that we as an industry have dealt with. The sheep and beef guys, with that money, they've got to not only fence their waterways, but they've actually got to put water reticulation in. So those guys have hundreds of thousands of dollars to spend. That's the pressures that have been put on them. And I'm not arguing whether that's right or not. They're under enormous pressure going forward. So when you are going to rate on affordability, you need to have some consideration around that. And some of these guys are multi-million-dollar properties, but they can only generate so much income. So I think you need to consider that. The other greenhouse gas information or regulations that are coming in, that will drop stock numbers and it'll drop profit on farm. It's another, and there's a lot of unknowns around that, but there is a lot of pressure coming there as well. So I'd like you to consider the industry and how you charge for rates. And it's quite interesting, some of the economic data that I sought, and I haven't got it in front of you. The sheep and beef data, their rates cost in Northland is half of what their wage bill is. So consider that as a, one's optional, one will be regulation and required to pay. So what impact would that have? So hopefully that's giving you a thing. Any questions?
Excellent to have the data. Thank you very much for taking the time to research that. Questions from my colleague, Councillor Stratton.
It's on behalf of Councillor Foy, actually. What do you think about introducing new differentials for all land use categories that are apportioned to land size to reflect that dairy farms and beef farms need to have land area for their activity, but not necessarily their service demands? For example, a differential for the first 40 hectares and then a lower differential for the balance of the farm area.
Yeah, I think that's so. From what I can, what you're saying is a smaller land holding should have a less charge or a more charge, because a smaller land holding has a house on it. So how does it relate to services? So you've got to balance that between services required and affordability. So we've had a speaker before me who talked about affordability. I think. Yeah, certainly. And then you've got to decipher between whether it becomes lifestyle, because a lot of these smaller farms, they're almost lifestyle blocks in that they're uneconomic. If you put too much pressure on them, their only choice is subdivision, but they work off farm to keep these places alive. So the challenge there again is what do you do? I don't know, because I think your question was quite general rather than specific, and I think you need to deal into it more specifically to get a good answer, which I can't answer right now.
Have you got a question?
My own question?
Yes.
Would you be interested in being part of a rates working group?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
But I'm very much a believer of targeted rates. And I'll make a comment quickly too. The dairy industry have been attacked through the media, politicians, you name it. We cause inflation, environmental issues, you name it, we cause it. And yet, where you sit, your infrastructure is lacking in the towns, and the sewerage issues that you've got, I get fined for the potential. Towns don't get fined. They should pay, because they've been very critical of us, and some of it is correct, and some of it is totally not correct. And yet, council over time has lacked the courage to implement the environmental standards that are required, and that's partly due to bureaucracy and or democracy, I should say, and the fear of not being voted back in. And I think as leaders, you guys have to demonstrate courage and start rectifying some of the things and infrastructure issues that we've got.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to the end of your submission, and that was a very powerful submission, and I genuinely thank you for the energy and time you put into getting that data for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Lorraine is on.
Lorraine is online.
Lorraine's there.
Hello, Lorraine. I'm going to do a sound check. Can you hear me? We can't hear you, Lorraine.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Got you now.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you, Lorraine. You've got 10 minutes. When you're ready, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the time. I wanted to talk to you about the waterway that goes between Okiato and Opua. I live in Russell, and that is our primary access to the peninsula, to Okiato, Russell, Topeka, Rafferty, Waikari, the whole bit you get using that waterway, that passage that goes between Opua and Okiato. And I would like that waterway to be declared a road. And from what I understand, that is already the situation with the waterway between Rawane and Kohukohu and between Picton and Wellington. I don't know about any other issues, but when it's the primary road to get between the two places, then there are grounds for having it declared a roadway. And it's Russell, it's our only access to the bus system. We can't get there until we cross that waterway. We can't get to the hospital until we cross that waterway. To the kids who go to high school have to cross that waterway. The public library in Pahia, any specialized medical services. And from the other side, all the historical areas that are in Russell, Kororareka, whether it's the Flagstaff Hill or the Clendon Estate or the Russell waterfront, you can't get to any of that unless you use that waterway. Now, I do understand there is an unpaved road through the back country, but I've been in Russell since 2003. I've never used that roadway, and everyone I know uses the car ferry. And it's the primary access road for anyone in Russell to get to the rest of New Zealand. And I think it should be part of the road system since it is our only access and there is no bridge. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. Did any of that come across? Do you have any questions?
You're muted.
I'm muted.
Now you're not.
No. Can you hear us, Lorraine?
Perfectly, yes. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Clendon.
Yeah, thank you for that. I assume that the purpose of such a declaration would be to attract subsidy for the cost of the ferry crossing. Is that a reasonable assumption?
That's a reasonable assumption. But also, right now, that ferry is operated on the whim of a private corporation. If they decide that because of COVID, they can no longer afford to provide that service, or they can cut it down to one ferry a day, that's not in. I have no way to petition for more ferries, fewer ferries, different prices, nothing. So that's why we would like it part of the public road system so that we're not at the whims of a private company. But the subsidy would be nice too.
Any other questions, Councillor Stratton?
Hi, Lorraine. Was there a reduction in service during some of the COVID levels?
Of course. Yes, there was a reduction in services. Ferries used to go every 10 minutes like clockwork. Now they're about every 20 minutes. So a ferry will come in, but it stays there for 10 minutes before it goes back. On Sundays, they only have one ferry running until noon. There is no ferry after 10 o'clock at night. So if you want to go to a movie in ferry, you cannot. It's just not an option because you can't get back to the ferry. So there are a lot of things of activities that the ferry system as it is now preclude. But that is not my issue. I don't want our services at the whim of a private company that can decide that that business enterprise is no longer profitable, or they need to double rates or things like that. I would like there to be some government jurisdiction, not just who got there first and who holds the monopoly. Does anyone disagree that that ferry system between Opua and Okiato is the primary entry, egress, and back and forth truck? That's our only way to get out of Russell. Does anyone disagree?
The way that we run the hearings is that we allow you the full 10 minutes to make your submission. We try not to engage in dialogue because that eats into your valuable time.
I have finished what I need to say. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Are there any further questions from Lorraine? No? Thank you very much for zooming in today and sharing your views with us. We'll take all your thoughts on board when we go into deliberation.
Thank you. Good meeting, y'all.
Thank you.
Bye.
We do not have Nigel. We do not. Nigel will now appear in place of Michael Freeman at 12:40 on your agenda, but it's a bit early and he hasn't joined us yet. And then we have Kevin Baxter. So perhaps have we got anybody else? Councillor Busick, do you want to run outside and see if they're still there?
No, I'll catch up on them.
So we'll take a break. yet. You might be muted.
How's that?
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Nigel, thank you very much for joining us today and speaking to your submission. I just let you know that although there's not many people physically present in the room, we are live streaming, and my colleagues who are not here today are watching remotely via Teams from their homes and workplaces, along with a number of staff, senior management and leadership team who are also joining us remotely. So although there's not many bodies in the room, there's there's equal number yet again that you can't see. Right. So just so you're aware of that. We do have your submission, we have read it. This is your 10 minutes to talk to us about whatever you'd like. So whenever you're ready, I hand the floor over to you.
Well, it's to do obviously with rating aspects of the long-term plan. And I just wanted to expand on the points that I raised in the online submission, and which you've got in front of you, I'm assuming.
Yes.
And so I just talked to those. There's really kind of three main areas. One is the element of fairness in the proposed changes, the public good charge, and the aspect of progressive, regressive taxation systems and the ability to pay. So I've just kind of split out my comments around those three main areas. So the first one is this issue of fairness. The whole point of the proposed change to the rating system promoted by the council is to be fairer and simpler, and that seems to be the consistent message in all the comms material that the council put up making the change. But using the council's rates calculator, those changes are patently not fair. And the change also seems to produce some major inconsistencies and inequalities. I don't know what the reason for that is, whether it's an error in the calculator or it's just simply a factor of the capital value ratings. I don't know. But I'll give you some background to that. Here in Kapiro Road, we're on a 4-hectare rural livestock property, and we're looking at a 25% increase year on year. So that's 2021 to 2022 using the council's calculator. Our immediate neighbour on about a 1.5 hectare rural livestock property is looking at a 15% increase. It's the same zoning, it's the same land use, and they have the same access to council services. So, we're struggling to see how the new system is fair, and it certainly doesn't seem to be consistent. Another example is horticulture property up the other end of Kapiro Road. They're looking at a 43% increase under the new system, which seems extraordinarily high. And yet, just down the road from us, the Orangewood processing plant, where that's located, so also on the same road, Kapiro Road, they're looking at an 18% increase. It's the same zoning, but they have a much higher level of activity and impact on the council road network. So again, struggling to see where the fairness or the consistency is there. Another property at the eastern end of Kapiro Road, you're probably familiar with it. It's a large rural residential subdivision, property owned by Neil Construction. They're looking at a 36% increase. And you might say, great, that's good, the developers can pay. But if you look at the land value on which the rates are based there, it doesn't adequately reflect the zoning or the level of impact on council services, which doesn't seem fair. So just in our road alone here, we've got a 15% increase, an 18, a 25, a 36, and a 43% increase. Some of the properties are conducting commercial activities, while others are just, like ours, are just rural residential. So the proposed change doesn't seem to be adequately allowing for or differentiating between use or intensity of activity and therefore the impact on council services. So in that sense, it's not fair, and it's certainly not consistent. So that's really all I can say on that kind of aspect of change. The public good charge is another area. So we're located here in a rural area. We don't have access to any of the three council waters, the waste, the water, the stormwater, but we've been asked to subsidise as a public good the rates of businesses and other property owners. Now, those property and business owners directly benefit from the services that we don't have. And all of those property owners and businesses, they already fully recover the cost of their rates, either from their tenants in the form of OPEX or from customers in the form of prices on goods and services. So how is it fair to ask every non-commercial ratepayer to subsidise those businesses when they already get full cost recovery? It seems very much like political cherry picking to us, which I hope is not the case, and I'm sure is not the intent. So that's the public good aspect, which we just can't see the fairness in that. The last aspect that I wanted to talk to was the ability to pay. So this is the progressive, regressive comments in the council's comms brochures. The comms brochure describes a uniform charge as regressive, and that's because it takes a higher proportion from people on low income. It then goes on to describe the proposed changes as progressive because it will take a higher percentage from higher income earners. But I'm a bit confused because firstly, the comment indicates it is the council's role to redistribute income based on the ratepayer's ability to pay. And the benchmark there, the higher capital value, is the council's benchmark for higher income and ability to pay. And those two things don't necessarily go hand in glove, and I'm sure a lot of farmers would talk to that. And it sounds very much more like a wealth tax to me. But making that worse is that in the next breath, the council says that approach is not going to apply to all so-called high income earners. And that's because in the same brochure, the council says that the rate for commercial business owners is going to go from $2.75 to $1.75. Now, if that's the case, that's a 36% decrease. For professionals and business owners such as lawyers and accountants and supermarket owners and doctors and dentists, the same business owners who the council wants us to subsidise as a public good. So I can't see the fairness in business owners getting a 36% decrease when lots of others are facing a similar increase in rates, and for many it's much more. So patently, from our perspective, the new system, it's not working. It's not fairer, particularly given that it's planned to become wholly CV-based system. It's over time, on the current basis, it's going to become more and more unfair over time. And it seems very much like a wealth tax applied at a local authority level, which I wouldn't have thought was the council's role, and especially when it also includes a subsidy for the business community. A lot of the property owners, we only stumbled across this. They'll have no idea they're facing such big increases. And really, to be fair for all ratepayers, every ratepayer should have received a notice detailing the proposed increase for every property, and that just hasn't happened. And I think that should happen if the council is going to continue with this proposal. And I'd like to see, what analysis has been done to compare all the available options. And hopefully that, I'm assuming that is available, because you couldn't have got to this point without having done that. And I'd certainly like to see that. And that's pretty much my submission today. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. An excellent submission. Questions from the floor? Councillor Smith.
Kia ora, Mr. Mason. Thank you for your submission. I just had a question. It's really important for us to understand as much of the context of your submission as possible. And I appreciate the comparisons that you've provided in terms of your 25% increase and your neighbour's 15% increase. My question is, from a dollar value point of view, does that bring your rates closer together? Without being too invasive with my question, does that bring them onto a more level playing field, or is that not really reflected?
No, it doesn't. We're looking at some major disparities there. So I don't think, moving to the capital value system it provides any advantage in terms of moving away from the land-based system in terms of those disparities. You're always going to get that kind of disparity, whether it's a land value-based system or a capital value-based system. There's going to be anomalies from one property to the next property. And I mean, I certainly favour some form of uniform taxation that more adequately reflects the access that every property owner has to council services, as opposed to if it would be based on an ability to pay basis, which I don't think is fair to local. I think that's central government's role.
Thank you very much for your submission. It won't surprise you to know that we've had a significant number along similar lines. So we'll be taking all the matters raised into our deliberations next month. Thank you for the attention that you've drawn to making the comparisons with your neighbours' rates. It helps pull the picture in for us. So this leaves me to thank you again on behalf of my colleagues and wish you a lovely afternoon.
You too. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye.
Mr. Baxter.
I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you. And the other has that good enough? Probably not. Okay. Thank you.
Lovely to see you.
Thanks, Isaac.
Just while you're walking around, I just need to let you know that we are live streaming for your rights under the Privacy Act, and a significant number of elected members and staff are watching us remotely via Teams. And your 10 minutes starts whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And I think you're waiting for lunch, so I probably can get through in less than 10 minutes. So, Kevin, thanks for the opportunity to present to Council regarding the rates review. I'm Kevin Baxter, my wife and I have a vehicle in their territory. We're currently paying nearly $40,000 in rates on 2 rating units. And with the proposed increase, that will go up to $50,000, just over $50,000 of 26% under the council's proposed fair and simpler rates. We've had no further information provided about the additional effect on the proposed phased-in of the capital rating over the next 10 years. While we accept that the rates are a necessary cost and councils have a difficult and often unrewarding task delivery rates that are acceptable to all ratepayers across the community, we do not believe that this level of increase can be justified. Much has been made in the information about fairness and affordability. We don't believe that local authorities have the information to determine what is affordable and fair on ratepayers. We believe that retaining the UAGC across all ratepayers is the best way for councils to provide an equitable and a fair rating structure. It appears that the proposed rural rate increase from the numbers are there, 004 to 006, is an arbitrary attempt to balance the books after removing the UAGC. In addition, rural property owners pay for the installation, maintenance and depreciation of their own water and wastewater systems and now being asked to contribute to council's operated schemes across the region. Rural landowners also face with significant costs relating to water and environmental management, both of their own initiatives and regulatory compliance. We ask the council relooks at the rating proposal with consultation and input from the rural sector. Thank you.
That was incredibly short to the point. Thank you very much for that. We had a wonderful session earlier with Federated Farmers and Terence, who Councillor Stratford wrote at that time. We were Frogs, am I saying that right? Would be interested in a working party to look at the issuance rates. We understand that the industry sector is not opposed to capital per se, but a significant shift, which I have to say did not show up in our modelling when we were preparing this, is causing some concern. So I just tell you that to fill in the picture. You may have caught up outside. So does that tell you that you're not necessarily opposed to a shift to capital value?
No, I think that the other changes that are proposed in the rating structure have muddied the waters a bit on capital value rating. I think I would like to see personally just the effect of capital value versus land value without these other changes in the system. We have got access to them. I think last time when Wayne Brown was there, I think they did a similar sort of thing. And from memory, I don't think there was as big an impact as what is shown up here.
Excellent. So questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, just Kevin, I don't know if you know, I've got the figures in front of you in terms of your actual property, but that that differential increase of 47.8% of that 26% increase. That differential change, do you know roughly what that contributed to the 26% increase?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I mean,
Can Cheryl get more details? So I've probably got your address. You'd need to.
If you look up those rating numbers, the numbers, you can find that.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor? Councillor Stratford?
No. Everybody's pretty much.
All right, thank you.
Well, that was incredibly short, and so you're not stopping between us and us. I would appreciate. Did you manage to have the opportunity to catch up?
No.
Is there any chance you could do that now? Are you rushing away? We could invite you to share
Well, I'm
lunch
happy
with us.
to talk.
That would be great. Okay, colleagues, we'll now adjourn for lunch, and our next presenter is at 1:30. Our guests are more than welcome to join us. Thank you. I'd just like to welcome you to the Far North District Council and day 3 of our hearings on
I live on that same piece of land with my neighbours being my brother Hamish Starr and my sister Sandra Starr. Sandra's currently living in Rarotonga and hasn't participated in this directly. So the two main focus points of my submission today are around the consultation and the affordability of rates. My observation, so the top comment was there was a low level of awareness of the LTP submission timeline. A very low level of awareness. And I've got I feel that was perhaps because that there was some pinholes in the way the consultation was framed up. There was a lot of consultation. The roadshows were excellent. I attended 2 of them, one here, one in Kaitaia. Councillor Stratford and Foy were there, who were very good. The staff were very good. However, I think that the people of our communities were overwhelmed by the amount of information, the amount of consultation was asked about in one block, and when in fact the most critical thing, and very time critical, was the LTP. And my comment would also be that to release the financial information on March the 5th and have the closing for submissions on April 13th with Easter in between was unfair and didn't give people time to absorb and analyse, research all of the things that needed to be done to get a full understanding of the rates. And even with the information provided, of course, we can't get a full understanding because while we were asked to submit an opinion on a 10-year long-term plan, we only got information for 1 year. And I know that nominally meets the statutory requirements. However, I would have wanted to see, in the interest of good faith by the council, more information on subsequent years, the impact, especially as there's an inbuilt ramping up of that those rates cost, with the potential for the proposal for the long-term plan, proposal under the land value option for it to have an inbuilt 10% rise of those costs every year. I'd also note, in respect of the 10 years of that information provided, that there was no allowance in that for a natural increase of land values, and that wasn't made clear in the documentation either. So people could be looking at that thinking that was a representation of the normal turn of events, which was you would have your land values assessed every 3 years, and there would be an upward path for those prices. And that was not reflecting those numbers, as I've been told, and I think that should have been noted so people could make some estimate of their own, at least, of what in fact may happen to their rates over those 10 years. So in closing, I guess I would just like to make 2 points, and one is that this LV system will result in many people being rated off their land, people that have fixed incomes, older people that have land with improvements on them, their home. Over time, that will become unaffordable for them, and I'm looking to the council to find other solutions to share the burden of rates. This is essentially an exercise in wealth redistribution, and in my view that is best left to central government. They can take their chances with the electorate on that, but I don't think that that has a place in local government. And my final point is about targeted rates. There's no specific information there. I know targeted rates can be developed or created or assigned, or can happen as part of the normal business within your LTP, but I would like to object to any targeted rate from any community-led groups. I have seen from our Kerikeri that they plan to advocate for a targeted rate, and I would like to oppose that. I think that any large amounts of money like that need to be very transparent, and they need to have democratic control, proper democratic control, not just money targeted rates that are passed out to be given to a community-led group. It does not have appropriate oversight in my view. Okay, so that's my submission, and I think, yeah, pretty much 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're at 6. Do you want to go straight into your brother's?
I think so.
Or would you like to take questions now?
Or would I like to
take questions on yours?
I'd like to take questions on mine, please, Anne. Yeah.
Okay, right. So the floor is open to my colleagues if you have questions. Let's start.
Just briefly.
Councillor Keenan.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a very good summary of a lot of issues that have popped up. When you mentioned not supporting targeted rate, are you meaning sort of model that, I think Focus Play here, for example,
that's exactly what I mean.
Receive an amount and then spend it, and you don't agree with that, or you don't?
I do not agree with it. No, I don't believe it has proper democratic oversight, and I believe that those things should either be directly developed by council, or communities should have their own line of funding. I was quite alarmed actually to see in the chairman's, I read the chairman's report about Kerikeri, I see they actually have virtually, they have no funding line. They appear not to have attempted to one. There was no reference to that. They seem to be relying entirely on this advocacy for a targeted rate. And I, for that reason, I wanted to bring it up now with you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Yes, just a quick question.
Yes.
I take it that you said no democratic oversight, which is important. So if there was a rate that was, because the community boards have got targeted rates and they distribute that money, you were happy with that?
I would be much happier with that, yes. I could see that there was increased funding through that mechanism. And I'm not sure whether, I don't agree with the targeted rate per se for one organisation. No, I don't agree with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I just clarify that, just expanding on that for clarity for myself?
Sure.
If the council makes grants available to the community board who are autonomous in their own way, so they could in turn make an allocation to someone such as our Kiri. So you're concerned about the completeness of that loop?
No, I'm concerned that I can see that there's been more funding allocated for the community boards this year as on last year, if I understood the figures correctly. And that, if that's part of the overall long-term plan, I would accept it. But if there's going to be a target rate that goes directly to an organisation, then I would oppose that. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Did I see a hand up over here? I did.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your submission, Catherine. Because you brought up the targeted rate, I just wanted to commend our Kirikiri and Vision Kirikiri. They're not wanting a rate for themselves, and I will get to a question, Madam Chair. They're wanting it to raise the local share towards solving the Kirikiri roading situation, so it would go directly to roads. Is that a little bit different?
Okay, the information I read didn't refer specifically to roading. It just said that they would advocate for a targeted rate. Yeah, so that's what I'm just coming to talk about that because
that's what they mentioned in a number of their verbally in their submissions.
Oh, okay, I'm actually just talking about what I saw online from their annual report.
Cool.
Yeah, not submissions. Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I would just signal now that I'd like some clarity on that. Subsidy can only be granted to approved roading controlling authorities, which our Kiri is not. So I'll just signal that now that we could get some clarity on that. Thank you. Are there any other questions on Catherine's submission? No? You want to move straight into your brother's submission?
Okay, so the thrust of the submission made by my brother and my sister-in-law is that they are very concerned about the potential quantum of the rate increase and whether it would remain, whether it would quickly get to a point that they would be unable to live on the land which our family's owned since 1927 and that we've cared for as kaitiaki in a Māori sense and in a non-Māori sense. We have not developed the land, we have kept it pest-free, we engage a pest controller, we engage with DOC around any dog issues that happen in the area, we protect it from fire. So we've tried very hard to keep the ecology of that peninsula where we live safe. And in the course of the roadshow that we attended in Kaikoui, we became aware of this national framework for significant natural areas. So that would, in our case, render any development of property in any way, shape or form to help subsidise any rate costs would render that impossible. So the final point that my brother has made there is that we are getting escalating restrictions on land use, and that's not reflected in our rates. So we're getting the rates going up, and the potential for land use or actually earning any money in any way, shape or form is greatly going down. So the pressures on us are increasing enormously. And so that is a key point that we would like to make. Again, that comes back to a wealth redistribution model, which we don't agree with. And they were also disturbed by the question about rates whether we agreed with the rates, whether it was, I think the question was, do you want a fairer and simpler rate system? So in that, I was actually shocked by that question, because is that question actually supposed to mean that if you say yes to it, you're supporting a land value rating system? Was that the purpose of that question? Yes, I would actually like, perhaps in question time we could cover that off, but if that was intended to be a question that would, such an important question, that we would completely remodel the way we charge our rates and shift the burden of rates to one sector of the community in such an obvious way that any reasonable person would say, yes, I want things to be fair and simpler, but that cannot possibly be taken as not reliably taken as a vote for changing the rating system. So that was a dreadful question, and it shocked a lot of people if that was the one that says yes, we want land value, our rating system. And the final thing I'd like to re-emphasise there is that the implication has seemed to be that you can draw a line between having a valuable asset and having a lot of financial wealth. And we all know that's not the case for older people or for people in our situation where we've inherited developing these plans. That's just absolutely not the case. And if you with this system, you will preside over many people, and good families like ourselves are losing a land asset that they've had, in our case, since 1927. So it's a serious matter. I don't support it. And I note that, well, my brother raised a point with me that on page 15 of the consultation document, the early engagement results, which would run, say, from October through to February, whenever this was printed, there were only 2 points: that most people agree that we should consider the reintroduction of development contributions, and a quote that said we should concentrate on urban density, not sprawl. And I raised at one of the roadshows, how is it possible that if that is the only mention of affordability in your document, how is it possible that your consultation hasn't unearthed a sentiment that says my rates are too high or I can't afford my rates to go up? That's just not possible. That defies reasonable belief. So either the questions were never asked correctly, the right amount of people weren't asked, or this hasn't been reported accurately. Because the key issue for people is, can I afford my rates? Can I afford it? Is it transparent how it's being spent? And is the infrastructure adequate for my needs? Those are probably the 3 things. So I got a direct question saying, under address affordability, why those 2 things are the only things that are mentioned, and there's no reference to the actual overall quantum of the rates. Strange.
Thank you. The point has been well articulated.
Oh, thank you.
Questions for the staff on the floor? Please don't take the lack of questions as lateness. We've had 2.5 days of submission, and a lot of them have been along the lines that you've articulated. So we have canvassed this quite well, and I think my colleagues and I I'm probably confident to speak on behalf of my colleagues, do understand the issues. So we probably don't need to expand on the questions any further.
Okay. And I've got, I think, a minute. Can I ask one question? 4 minutes. Okay. Could I ask a question? At one of the roadshows, one of the staff members clearly had a view that this sort of shift where people that had assets but not a lot of money lost their land was inevitable. That person was very clear on that, and I felt some kind of physical reaction. I thought, hey, if senior people in the council actually believe that, and this is a foregone conclusion. So I would, like to, raise the question or raise a sense of alarm that if anybody thinks that is inevitable and that's how the world works, that's not acceptable to me. And I know there'll be a lot of people say that I have worked all my life for these things. I have sacrificed things thrown at my family, driving a bad car, whatever it is, having not a great house, not going to not going up to dinner as often, sacrificed many things so I can build a home that I own and that is safe and secure for me. And that they will not support and will not think it's inevitable that they should be put off their land because the wealth needs to be shared with them. There has to be another solution.
In proposing the question, I just want to give you some assurances that there is no foregone conclusion. This is a consultation exercise. You may recall some years ago when Wayne Brown was the mayor, equally a proposal was put out at that time to move to a capital value-based rating system. That was ultimately unsuccessful. I think that shows that council does listen. Rating affordability is extremely challenging under the Rating Act itself, which is an instrument of central government. Councils have two methods of raising revenue: capital value or land value, or a combination of the two. We can charge targeted rates where we can directly identify a group of ratepayers that benefit exclusively from the investment, such as water and storage. But beyond that, our tools in our toolbox are extremely limited. What we understand is that capital value takes out the significant shifts in rates when the district is revalued. So under a land value-based system, every time the land is revalued by quotable value, there are significant shifts in rates. Capital value evens out the playing field, but the modelling has thrown up some interesting issues that my colleagues and I will have to turn our minds to as we enter deliberations next month. So, Catherine, I just wish to sincerely thank you for the diligence that you've put into your submission.
Well, thank you, Anne.
And your brother. Yes. And please pass on our regards to him and thank him for his time also.
Well, thank you. Thank you for questions.
Betty Chapman.
Do you mind if I sit down? Yes, you sit down. 95, you can sit down. Thank you.
Hello, Betty. You've got 10 minutes. I'll start the clock when you're ready.
All right. Well, I've picked out in my submission two particular things I want to bring forward: toilets and footpaths. Now, I've lived in New Zealand 67 years. 28 of those years in Wateray, 39 up here. And I've travelled extensively in both islands. I've been to the South Island 4 times. And on 2 of those occasions, I've been driving all the time. On 2 occasions, I went through to Milford, through the Homer Tunnel. And because I went to Milford, I want to bring this up first, because at Milford it's very similar to Five-Year. They rely on tourists, they get tourist buses in, probably no more than we do in Five-Year. But the toilets in Milford are far superior to what we have here. In the ladies section there are 14 toilets. I don't know what's in the men's section, but where the buses park in Five-Year, we've got 4 toilets, and they're unisex. So that sort of tells you a lot. I mean, what is needed. And as a solution, where to build some more would be the perfect place would be around the base of Flagstaff Hill, which is near where the buses park anyway. It would be piping the little stream that goes through the village green and comes out onto the coast near where the helicopter pad is, but that's all feasible. And then there in the case of the disabled toilets, there isn't a disabled toilet anywhere between the Waitangi Bridge and the Bluff. There are toilets, but they're down on the beach. You have to go around down a flight of steps, which would be impossible for anybody who's handicapped. Then you go along to the Maritime building. This is where the 4 unisex toilets are. I don't think you could get into there even with a wheelchair. You go further along the coast to the bottom of Seaview Road, that's the southern end of the beachfront. And there is supposed to be 2 disabled toilets there, but the doors open inwards. That's wrong. They're not wide enough either. And not only that, there isn't a footpath to them. When you get beyond the end of King's Road, you reach the kayak rental building, and from there to the toilets, there is no footpath. Anybody who was in a wheelchair who had to go along there would have to go onto the road, and that's a state highway. So you can see how there's only one decent toilet in the town. It's in the car park opposite the Foursquare shop and next to the Memorial Hall, and that has a disabled toilet for each sex. So that's one of my objectives here. The other is, 2 years ago, I was relegated to one of these. It was a bit of a come down, especially when I started off with a Holden Kingswood station wagon. Ended up with one of those. But I can tell you that until I got that and had to use it, I didn't realise how dreadful the footpaths were in Highfield. There were so many obstructions, unevenness. I mentioned a lot of them in my submission. I've taken photographs, and I hope you'll have these displayed in front of you to look at. There's probably too many to look at right now, but I don't know. There's got to be something done, because if some of these obstructions were in the road, motorists would grumble and they'd soon be fixed. What I think is that there's a good opportunity here for the council to shine and to show the whole of New Zealand that we can have decent footpaths. We've got a #1 heritage site at Waitangi. We're the gateway to that. It's important. And it's not only important for disabled people, everybody, walkers, people with pushchairs, anybody that has to push a mobility aid like a walking frame, everybody would benefit from a great deal of attention to the footpaths. And that's something I would really like to see. Safeway footpaths. Otherwise, it's a point of attraction to a tourist destination. Surely we're as important as places like Rotorua and Queenstown and Milford. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. I must let you know that the only person brave enough to take up the challenge with my mobility scooter was Kelly Stratford. And Kelly might tell you a little bit of her experiences in the short run she had round Pioneer with my scooter. Would you like to, Kelly?
Thank you very much for your submission, and no, she's not going to take you up on that opportunity. But we do have open the floor for questions. So Councillor Freeman, and then Councillor Usage.
Yes, thank you for that, and thank you for the photos. You've got your brochure. Can you tell me how wide is your scooter? What is the minimum width?
700, I measured it, the wheelbase, 700 across, 1400 in length. I can leave you this. The turning distance is given on the specifications on the back. I can leave you that copy.
Please do, thank you.
And
Councillor Vucic.
Thank you.
I can't hear you very, very well. I've got one hearing aid in, and
Councillor Vucic is going to ask you a question.
So I have a question. Great submission, Betty. And I see you were there with the walking stick, so you did really well. But the question I've got is, I've actually got two, but I'll ask for one. And that is, how many others by here are using mobility scooters, push chairs, prams? So I got some idea of the...
I don't know in total, but I've met up with only 2 other gentlemen, and I believe in both cases they don't like using the footpaths. They go on the road. In fact, I've had 3 engineers from the council come round with me when I've been on my scooter, and they've walked with me, and I've pointed out a lot of the hazards. And yes, one of them rang me up and said, if you don't like the footpaths, use the road.
Thank you.
I'm using my scooter less now, and go out about once a week in it, because there are so many jarring effects. You haven't got suspension on these things that you have with the car.
Question.
And I've got a drive that's 1 in 20, but my scooter can handle that a lot better than it can handle some of the footpaths in town.
Thank you. That's great.
Because as well as the eyesight problem, which is why I've not got to drive a car, I've got compound fractures of the vertebrae. And the jarring you get on a scooter because of the unevenness, and particularly going off footpaths onto the road where you have to cross the curb, you end up on 3 wheels often. It's a frightening experience, and it's not comfortable. Even ladies with push chairs have told me that they would prefer to have a ramp type situation where all the curb crossings are. It wouldn't be a big job. It would make things so much easier. Okay.
Chairman, can I thank you very much for your submission? That was very timely. I can give you an assurance that the councillors in council at the moment have turned their mind to the issue of total mobility on the network, and have asked for a review of the engineering standards and guidelines to ensure that our network is fit for purpose. And I happen to have sitting on my left the General Manager of Assets and Infrastructure, and he's heard your submission loud and clear, and we'll be holding his feet to the fire to make sure he delivers. I just wish to thank you very much for coming along today, and to Councillor Stratford for taking one for the team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Matt King, you're up next. You're unrecognisable, buddy. Your hiatus from Parliament.
And I'm going to sit down. I don't have cracked vertebrae, but I've got a sore back, so...
Oh, no. You clearly enjoy your rural life.
I am. I'm a big change of life. Anyway, hey, look, I'd like to talk about rates, and I'd like to acknowledge all the elected officials in the room. It takes a lot of commitment and sacrifice to be an elected official, and also I'd like to acknowledge the other team members here. I acknowledge that councillors have limited influence over operational matters, but I feel I don't have many points. I won't take my full 10 minutes, but I have to answer questions. In the terms of the consultation process, I think it's been lacking in that. I talked to probably 1 in 20 farmers know about what's coming. So I only found out about it really a few weeks ago, the degree of the rates increase that we're looking at. So not the long-term plan, but just the rates aspect. So about 1 in 20 farmers know what's going on. I want to speak to my little corner of the world, which is my modest hill country marginal beef farm. I look at the rates for 2022, and my rates are going up 30%. And it's higher if you count the rates this year, because I counted it from next year to 2022. 50 years in the family, my farm's been in the family, and it has never supported generate enough income to support a family the whole 50 years. So we've always had to work off farm, and it continues on to this day. So the idea that a 700-acre beef farm can make enough money to support a family, let alone pay a mortgage off, it's a bit of a myth. So I know that's not the case with everyone, but it's the case with a lot of people. It's very hard to make a living, so we're not wealthy. That's one of the things I wanted to say. I have limited options to diversify my farm to try and generate the income. I could plant it into trees. I'm not going to do that. But we've tried a few different things over the years to try and make enough money to pay our bills, and farm just simply doesn't do it. One of the few business models that pay retail and sell at wholesale. So farm values across the electorate don't mirror the incomes. So a weaner steer in Hokianga or Central or out east gets the same money. So the incomes don't change. I read about the possibility, I read in the story this week, that the possibility of a whole lot of rates arrears being written off. And I absolutely understand the difficulties. I've got myself into it a little bit, and I do recognise that some rate arrears cannot be pursued, and the difficulty with, for example, multiple owned land and that sort of thing. So I get that. I understand the ins and outs of that. It does grate on me when I see that. I'm not saying the low-hanging fruit, but we're the easy guys to get as the farmers. I don't want to go into operations, council operations, or the culture. That's a whole different day, but for me, councils are about roads and pipes, that sort of thing, not the nice-to-have stuff. So that's what I think of when I think of a good council, is looking after the infrastructure. I came across an example of rates and the differences between councils, and this is one that I definitely know of, Coastal Farm in Southland, worth about $8 million. So it's a big farm. They pay $16,000 in rates for an $8 million farm. That same rating level in Northland is for a $2 million coastal farm. And I know I can quote the examples, and I've seen the paperwork. So to me, I look at it and I go, where's the fairness in that? I would like to see the uniform annual general charge stay, and I'm a big believer in user pays. I bought and manage my own septic system, my own wastewater system, my own water system. 15,000 for the wastewater, 10 for the water supply. No one benefits from that but me, and no one pays for it but me. So I accept that, but I resent being taxed to build the town systems within reason. The statement that the proposed system that's being proposed as a fairer system, I don't think is correct. And that's the extent of my submission.
Thank you.
Yeah.
4 minutes, 20 seconds. So we've got time for questions from my colleagues.
I have left a little bit of time free for someone else to step up, but she doesn't seem to want to. But she,
me.
Yeah.
Another time.
You sure?
Yeah.
Hello, Dot.
Hi, Anne. I'd like to ask a question if I can ask.
Yeah, come and join me.
You mentioned UAGC's Matt, and in the paragraph on the brochure that I found online, it said that you thought it was fair that people should pay the UAGCs based on the land value, and that it was fair because then those that can afford to pay for it will pay for it. I don't think that's right. I don't know, do you guys know what my income is? And do you know what my expenses are to get that income? Do you know that? Any of you?
That's a trick question. That's a trick question because you know we don't.
I know you don't. So how can you make that assumption that we can afford to pay this? The guy that produces the litre of not solids of Kirikiri, the same guy in Hokianga will produce that, but will earn the same amount of money. So how do you know what I can afford?
Yeah, it's a point well made, and a point we've heard a lot in the last couple of days. Thank you.
And I get you guys are in a situation where you've got to try and balance the books. I get that. It's not an easy job. I get that. I also get that you guys are voted in representatives and you have limited control over what the operational side of council does. I get all that. So we're not coming here with unreasonable expectations of you, but we just, like, this is the first time I've come here. I've been sitting on your side of the table for hundreds of hours and I've never been a submitter ever. So,
we support you in whatever you're trying to do. My rates go from $56,000 to $82,000. I'm going to have to lay off a staff member if that goes on. I employ 5 staff. I'm going to have to let one of them go. $82,000 because I live over there in the Kerikeri ward. That's ridiculous.
So your rates every week is thousands of dollars. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's us.
Thank you very much. You've made a very good submission. There's still a couple of minutes if anybody has any questions or clarification.
Thank you.
Just reiterate that that it is a story we've heard a lot this week. Please don't take the lack of questionings as that we're struggling to find something creative in you to ask. Thank you.
We get that. Thanks.
Dale Turkington. Hello, come on up. I'm not sure if you were here earlier when I gave my little speech that we're live streaming. So,
no, I didn't get that, but thank you for letting me know.
Just under the Privacy Act, I do need to let you know that we're live streaming to YouTube, so you are forever immortalised in the cloud. So anything you say is out there. And all these little bobbleheads up here on the screen are actually councillors and staff members who are watching us through the camera system and joining us through Zoom.
Good. Thank you very much.
All right, so the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Dale Turkington. I live at 42E Mahinapur Road. And certainly support a lot of what Matt has said, even though we're not farmers. We still face with the same issues. Myself, I'm a retired engineer, and the people in our neighborhood are all actually retired people on fixed incomes. You heard this morning from Andrea Thackeray, a single mom, raising 4 daughters, lovely daughters, on limited income. That's 3 doors down from me. 2 doors down from me, next to Andrea, is Pat and Elaine Vincent, farm managers in the mid to late 80s. Been living there for 36 years. 2 doors on the other side of me is Marianne Shaw, a retired nurse. We're just ordinary New Zealanders wanting a fair go. We get very little from the district, from council. Our road is gravel, and we get it graded a few times a year. There's no water, no sewer, no anything else. We just want a fair go. We recognize it is hard getting the balance between user pay and people perceived to be wealthy. Clearly, in our neighborhood, wealthy people. And the increases we've seen, and you've heard many times over, are well above 30%. $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on already very high rate basis. And we just don't see that this is either fair or simpler. So that's what's been put forward in front of us. This guise of being simpler and fairer. But it's certainly not. On the question of simpler, the current system now has 11 fixed line items and 5 unit rates based on land value. The proposed system has got 11 fixed base elements, certainly different, some of them different than the previous ones, then 3 based on land value and 2 based on capital value. And respect to the capital value, which clearly involves land and capital improvements, on capital value, you're paying land twice, double dipping, really. They really like to focus on this issue of fairness. On the fairness, there's been 2 major things put forward why we get these massive increases. And you've heard we want to reduce commercial rates to attract more commercial business, and we certainly support that. And the other one is reducing the flat charges, the $4.50, the for the general one and the $100 on the water one, which Matt addressed to. With respect to the commercial rates, I've had a business, an engineering firm, and I know what it's about to have business. But what's been put forward to us does not convince us that the district, the council, has really understood what they're trying to attract. What businesses do we want in the Northlands area, in the far north, in this area? What business do we want? What do those businesses need to grow a business? What infrastructure do they need? Those are the important questions. The issues of commercial rates, I think, is a smaller issue here. In the brochure, it says for every $1 that residents pay, businesses pay $2.75. We'll all benefit from good commercial services. Initially, I think it's misleading, and I think it's disingenuous, because you don't put down your sample base of what it was based on. My understanding, looking around, it's hard to get all the real information that underpins this. The commercial rate is based on, I understand, and I may be wrong, on the commercial properties in the Kirikiri area. So it's important to understand what you're comparing with, apples and oranges. I certainly know the type of rates that we're paying is well above some of the commercial rates that I know people are paying. So I think it's disingenuous, but it is important to track businesses. We are interested in that. We'll all benefit from that. But where is the studies that you've done which confirms what these businesses need, how to retain business, what type of business do we want to retain? That's the important thing. Just to have these 30% massive rate increases without really the background to convince us that this is right. And as I said, I think that statement is at best misleading and worse, disingenuous. Now, this question of the flat rates. Matt used the expression of user pay. And to a certain extent, I think that's right, but it needs to be balanced. Clearly, people who use services should pay for at least a portion or a significant portion of the services. People who don't use any of those services shouldn't have to pay that. Now, a single family living in a single family dwelling, whether they live in Kirikiri, Kyle, or along our way, Mahinapua, the base service will need the similar amount for a single family. And I'm not worried about retirement people not having kids. I'm just wanting a single family that should be an equality of that base service from these areas. And that's what I believe the intention of those base rates were before, the $450 and the $100. It's now that base rate is out, the whole issue of user pay is out, and it's basically you're paying a unit rate based on what some valuation of your property is, land capital. And really don't have time to get into the capital improvements in the land. I could argue either way, as long as there's a clear logic there behind the basis of the rates of how these services are being used. And again, it is difficult, and it's a challenging. All councils across this country are facing this challenge. I implore you to look at this balance correctly, using wisdom to understand the basic concept of what's fair and make the right choice. And not everybody is going to be fairly balanced, but it's getting the balance right. And that's what our concern is. Out of the blue, we see this 30% increase. And I've heard comments, oh, because you've got a lifestyle block, you're perceived to being wealthy, and therefore we're going to hit you. I won't be that cynical. I know it's a job to get the balance right. I really do implore you to get the balance right. I was given 10 minutes. I've spoken for 7 minutes. Go into all these other issues about introducing a small public good charge for water, wastewater for every rateable property. We don't use any water. In the 10 years that I've been there, we've never used once the water. I do know one neighbor that 2 years ago bought some water, and he had to pay for it. So again, using patient paper, why should we pay for services that has no bearing on what council spends on wastewater or water? We're a rural property. Like the farmers, they have their own systems. We have our own systems. And so probably you've heard all this, and I know it's been a long 2.5 days to you, and it's been quite repetitive. But I wanted to come in here and state my case, as well as the case of my neighbors. This is important to get right, and this eye-watering increase is just galvanized people. And I think that Matt said, in the past rates, you live with your role. You know the pluses and minuses. Not this time. This time it is just clearly not simpler, as I said, for the reasons I gave before, and it's certainly not fair. It's certainly not a good balance of user pay and value of property. And the question of capital value, I can argue either. As long as there's a clear logic, and to re-emphasize the point I made before, business is important. To grow this area and to be the success it can be, it's just a gorgeous area. And so many potentials, but we need to focus that on what businesses we want. How to attract those businesses. People I've talked to, the infrastructure here is at best struggling. And so at the end of my 10 minutes, I do thank you for this opportunity to express my views.
Right on the money at 10 minutes. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you. And it doesn't matter if we hear the 62,000 tonight. It's really, really important that people come along and tell us their story, because ultimately, at the end of the day, that is what is going to help inform our decision making. So thank you very much for driving all this way today and telling us your story.
Thank you.
Mikey.
Thank you. Atena koutou. I have resubmitted much of what I wrote to Council in 2018 and to the hearing of submissions to the long-term plan at Kingston House. In 2018 and again today, I ask that the core business of Council funded from our rates are a quality and affordable sewage system, water supply, stormwater system, transportation network such as roads, footpaths, lighting, reserves management, and competent and timely performance of functions such as resource land use management under the RMA, waste management and oversight of building works under the Building Act, as well as environmental monitoring and compliance and planning for climate change. In 2018 and again today, I ask that Council stick to core business and stop tinkering with nice to haves, such as even more cycleways to attract or entertain more visitors and more grants for private companies to run events of uncertain economic benefit. The decision Council made in 2018 did not offer ratepayers of Opua, Te Haumi, Paihia, Waitangi, Haruru Falls and Wātea an opportunity to comment on options and means to replace the Waitangi Pond sewage scheme with something not subject to extreme risk. I ask that we be given opportunity to discuss a replacement scheme at an alternative site to meet the needs of a growing ratepayer and resident population, as well as tourists and visitors. The consultation documents provided a paragraph commenting on the need to address replacement of the scheme because of treaty claims on the forest, but there is no indication of any steps within a process to identify solutions to that issue. Rather than spending $9 million just to achieve compliance with discharge consents, we need Council to act now to take steps towards avoiding the extreme risk you have identified from being realised in the near future.
You have also raised the projected cost for a new potable water treatment source and plant, which you decided was the best option as part of decisions in the LTP 2015-2025. At that time, priced from approximately $6.3 million, now up to $12 million. We must ask why. If that is a more accurate representation of the likely costs, you have not represented the options of storing raw water and more treated water, as either or both options together could mitigate risk associated with the location of the current plant until such time that flood hazard risk is mitigated through better management of the Waitangi river catchment. We have consistently advocated, and I've been with the Paihia Ratepayers Association since 1995, for stronger protection of the Waitangi River as a town supply or drinking water source. And that has been acknowledged some years ago by the NRC in its Waitangi River Catchment Management Plan. The catchment is currently a focus for riparians planting, fencing and other bank stabilisation works has taken place around the Top Energy site that was severely eroded during the 2014 flood that closed our water treatment plant because of the amount of silt carried in the water. Another project that was not noted in the proposed long-term plan 2015-2025 was not consulted upon, but was included in the adopted long-term plan 2015-2025 at significant new cost of $4.3 million at that time, was to build a seawall to protect wharf assets owned and operated by Parnell Holdings Limited and several private developers, as well as State Highway 11 and private property opposite the waterfront in central Paihia. Several locals wrote submissions to you in 2016 asking why our territorial authority would be volunteering to pay for a natural hazard mitigation structure in the marine environment when that is not a core function of this territorial authority and had not been consulted with ratepayers. No disclosure as to who the beneficiaries would be and who would be paid to pay for the structure. The 2018-2028 long-term plan, there was no mention of the seawall. It appeared to have been dropped from the work program. There was a new line, however, some $5.4 million had been allocated to stormwater mitigation, which we presumed was to improve the inadequate stormwater network around School Road where flooding of private properties continues to occur. We know that the seawall, waterfront reclamation and beach replenishment and the creation of a park on top of whatever is engineered as the reclamation between State Highway and the waterline, this project no longer appears in the proposed LTP consultation document, and I want you've referred to the map of key initiatives. Now there is a steering group led by Farnworth Holdings Limited, Business Paihia and Focus Paihia, driving to deliver this project and an additional reclamation needing another $3 million and claiming some $1.75 million has been pledged towards what is to constitute the park, meaning just $3.5 million or so was actually needed for the reclamation that the PGF had agreed to help fund along with seawalls. This whole initiative has been a Farnworth Holdings Limited developmental proposal. That CTO had won consents to progress in 2009, but failed to deliver in the required timeframe 2019. In 2013, they gave part of the consent to a private developer who built a deck as private structure, not the public one we all understood it was to be when consented. We assumed the rest of the waterfront proposal was dead in the water until a PGF announcement in 2020 resurrected it. Then we found that Farnworth Holdings Limited had applied for extensions to its consents, and these were granted as non-notified application. If it is still your intention to build a seawall and a reclamation using ratepayer funds or not, because if it is, you still have not told us Which ratepayers will be made to pay for it? How much it will cost each of us? Will this be a targeted rate, or is this a district facility covered by the general rate? Who will own these structures? And will any part of it be gazetted as a reserve? Who will depreciate them and insure them against public liability, etc.? There are a lot of unanswered questions. Our council has apparently allocated $5.4 million towards it under the line stormwater mitigation in the 2018-2028 long-term plan. I do not agree that the $1.75 million be allocated for the park on top of the reclamation. The minimalist natural character restoration approach is all that is needed and will be most widely accepted and appreciated by local residents. We don't want our town to continue to be called and looked at as a topsy-turvy town. We do not want a theme park on the waterfront. The uninterrupted views of the bay afforded from that stretch of waterfront, unencumbered with trees, buildings or play structures, is highly regarded, and with visitors stopping to take photographs on that stretch of the waterfront. How am I going? Council,
Mikey.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, right. I'll finish on to this bit. Ratepayers who bought their homes before the 1980s have been hit by having to continue paying rates for an oxidation pond and sewer scheme they have already paid for many times over. The ratepayers of Ōpō, Te Haumi, Paihia, Waitangi, Haruru Falls and Wātea are paying a high proportion of operational expenses for our very cheap to run ageing system. This situation is simply not fair and requires urgent attention by this council. Finally, I ask that council processes, procedures and proceedings are open and transparent at all times. Transparency across the whole authority is critical. In other words, it must be transparent enough for all ratepayers to see how our money is being spent and what the outcomes are.
Thank you very much for your submission. As always, beautiful. We have time for a question if there are any from the floor.
And please, please give Mr. Don Gua back his money and give us back Puketiki.
Thank you, Mikey. Next, we have a tandem act. I think it's Anthony Zivkovich and Murray Wright. Is that correct? You have a 20-minute, 10 minutes each, but you can.
Okay, thank you.
We're in your hands when you're ready.
That's good. Look, I appreciate the time I've got here today to explain our case, but I think most of the points are probably going to be replicas of what you've already heard, but it doesn't hurt just to, I guess it's a good place to just make sure that there is plenty of support for the issues that have been presented to you, I think, on this case, and it's about the rating of the rural sector. We're obviously the notification or the consultation was fairly limited, and it was never really projected to the farmers or the rural sector just how big this increase was going to be. And I think just to put you in give you an idea of my particular case, I run a beef operation by myself. It's a modest one. I have a farm at Waipapa and a runoff against the Waitangi Forest. At the moment, I'm paying $31,000 with those two properties a year, and on the projected rates, I'd be paying $41,000. So it's an increase of roughly about a third. And the main reason for this is the lift in the rural factor rate that has gone from 0.0046 to 0.0062. So it isn't a problem with the valuation. It's a problem with someone deciding that the council rural rate was too low and putting it up. So it was a definite act, I would say, to actually put rural rates up, and really worried me because we've been told all along that council were going to look after commercial rates this year, and the rural production area is probably the biggest commercial area in the far north, and it probably supports more downstream industries than any other commercial property. So
we expected some sort of relaxation because we are obviously businesses, and it was something we looked forward to. And the other thing we look forward to is capital rating. When the previous council, I think under Wayne Brown, I'm not sure, but I think capital rating was actually pursued then. And the farmers were generally told that if you go to capital rating and support us, you will get a relaxation in the burden of your rates. So this year we felt we had a double reason to actually be hopeful. But the outcome was quite the opposite. And when you look at the amount of income, particularly of beef farms, but of any farm, to sustain rate increases of that level is just incredibly hard. We've been told that I've been on my farm 33 years. It's still the same farm I bought when I moved there. And we've been told that the regional council have probably have asked council to slow down subdivision of rural production areas to retain the actual rural aspect of those particular places. But we're being pushed into a corner where it's very difficult to sustain those sort of rates from the incomes we have. And I think, I can understand as councillors how difficult it must be to digest all the written information that comes before you, and particularly central government, I think, have offloaded a lot of the responsibilities onto council. And I would hate to sit on the other side of this desk because I don't think I'd have the patience all the time to actually sit down and digest what comes before you. But we've still got to stand up when the outcomes aren't perfect. And obviously the big increase to farmers has occurred because of the dropping of the UAGC. And from memory, and I'm going back a long time ago, I think councils are allowed to go to 30% of their income from the UAGC. Is that right? I think it's roughly around there. And so we had an ability to increase that, but instead we actually took it off the books on this proposal. So there's some easy answers to this, and I don't think that farmers should be the ones that pick up this dropping of the UAGC. And I just feel that maybe council is going down the path of quite a risky social experiment, because as someone previously said, councils aren't aware of our incomes. And the blurred line between poor areas and rich areas is now occurring. You've got a lot of people buying houses in Opunoni who are escaping from the city, or Aripara, and you've got older fixed income people on the East Coast. And so it's becoming very hard for councils to pick winners and losers. And I think most people support progressive taxation on our incomes, because at least the IRD knows our income. And I think that's a good way to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor. And so, and I think that's the job of central government, to make sure that people can live viable lives through our taxation system. For council to embrace that, and particularly when we have an approach which someone else mentioned, called fairer. And it puts us in the position of, if you question it, we're being unfair, because immediately council have their staff have, let's call our proposal a fairer system. And I don't think they should waste their time on putting titles on things, because if they have a justifiable or defendable position, I think it should be presented. And I went online, and there's a cartoon caricature of a teacher talking to students, and I just wonder whether it's money well spent doing that, instead of getting a robust rating system which is fair. And actually, I think our big problem here is that we weren't kept in the loop at an early stage, and basically it was just presented to us. Very hard to find out the real facts online. A lot of farmers are like me, not particularly young. We don't surf the internet. And in fact, some farmers still don't realise the increase, because you go onto the website, they show this year's rates, they show next year's under the old system, but they've also increased the rural rate slightly on that. And then if you go to another place that shows you the proposed rate, And a lot of farmers are saying, yeah, we're not happy, our rates have gone up $1,000, $2,000. And it's very difficult for them to realise that you've got to jump through the internet to find out what the proposal is. So it's a very, very difficult analysis to sort of come up with. And I've been speaking to quite a few farmers, and a lot of them are still basically in denial. And the issue we have here too is the stress it puts on them. Farmers aren't particularly people that go out and probably broadcast that they're under stress. They are, admittedly, we have all these public programs, and John Kirwan heads one, and all this promotion of being more open. But I find that hasn't really been accepted by the farming community. And I'm talking to people, and particularly some of the farmers' wives, things like this put them under a great deal of a lot of stress. And it's bad enough when you actually talk with farmers and actually have some sort of consultation and then come up with this. But when it just comes out of the blue, it's particularly stressful. And I think you've got to take some ownership that council has caused a bit of stress across the district with these proposals. Really, I was going to do a longer submission, but I really don't want to bore you with going through all the issues we have over this, because you've heard them all. And I really believe that it's something you should sit back, take a look at. You're our representatives. We voted you in to represent the ratepayer. And it's your job now, I think, to have a wee think about it, and if you agree with it, to actually present us in that negotiation that goes forward to the future rating system. So really, that's really all I want to say. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions. But I think you've heard it all, really.
Thank you. Anthony, are you presenting as well?
Yeah, if you've got any questions, you can put Murray.
Okay, I just wasn't quite sure that I've got you both marked down here as separate.
Okay, Anthony can talk now, and I'll...
No, I just wanted to clarify that up before we get to questions. So, Councillor Stratford.
Kia ora. Sorry, my brain is half full now. Do you, in theory, support the shift from land value to capital value?
I've been, I think, in the middle road, but we've been assured all the way through when the capital value issue was talked about that farmers would benefit from it. And if you clinically look at it, it's technically right, because we have less money in capital improvements in it. Personal town does. So from a farming point of view, yes, I do. And I think most farmers do, but we didn't realise that the rural rate would be put up 40% when this happened. And so we've been waiting for some rate relief from it. So I'd have to say from a farming point of view, yes, I do.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk to the councillors?
My name's Anthony Zivkovic, and what's become abundantly apparent is that you guys have heard it all in the last couple of days. So I can't really offer you anything new, and I won't bore you by trying to do that, but I do obviously have to give you our personal position on this, and I speak on behalf of my elderly mum and dad, who are 78 and 74 respectively. We've got a dairy farm in central Kerikeri, essentially. We're back onto the golf course. We're inside the Kerikeri's Golden Circle, which is obviously a double-edged sword, because you have the benefit of living next to one of the best small towns in New Zealand, but flow-on effects like what we're dealing with now. In a purely rates position, the dairy farm will increase under this proposal from $28,900 to $38,600, or a 34% increase. That's on top of the increase that we experienced in the 1920 calendar year, which which was at that time the rates were $20,600 and they went up to that $28,908, which was a 40% increase then, which was nothing to do with you guys. It was a QV issue, obviously. But so you understand that in 24 months, our rates have gone up 80 or will go up 87%. And in the meantime, we don't get a lot of services used. You know, we're on Transit Road. We don't have wastewater, sewage, all those issues that you've already heard about. An 87% increase. Only the second part of that, the 34%, is in relation to what the council are proposing. But I just want you to get the full picture here. And you can see why my father and mother essentially feel like they're being forced off their land. And it becomes particularly personal for them when you take into account that it's family land. It was land that was acquired by my immigrant grandfather. Him and my grandmother worked their whole lives to forge out a little piece of New Zealand. And my dad has bought the farm off them, bought the neighbour's farm, worked his whole life, frugal would be putting it politely, modest living, no benches, no flash boats, and he honestly feels that if this is a continuation, he's going to be forced off what he considers to be his piece of New Zealand. And so do I. I've now been running the farm 13 years, and I'm sure you've been bored to death with farmers talking about how hard they work and the hours they do for little return, and it's all true. Most of us work for below minimum wage, but we do it because we want to. And I'm not sitting here playing the world's smallest violin. I'm just telling you that's our choice, and we want to keep doing it. I know my dad, in particular, 78, ill health. He wants to die knowing that our farm is still Zivkovic. Well, I'm 42. God willing, I'll have another 40 years. I want to die knowing that our farm is still Zivkovic. And it feels like we're being forced off our land for no benefit. And I know people, the amount of people that say to me, Zivvy, you could sell up. You guys will be rich. It's just money. The value for us is being where we are, being part of what our family has worked so hard for. And the rates increases as they are, it's starting to make it unviable. And as soon as it becomes unviable, what are we supposed to do? And the farm's run on smell and oily rags it is. I'm pretty efficient with the way we run things. There's not much fat left to trim. It sounds like you guys have heard what we're saying, and that's heartening. All I ask you to do is send us back to the bean counters. I can prove to you that we can't afford it. I can show you my financials. Send them to see me. There's not enough fat to trim. There's no more fat to trim from us. I'm sure the money's somewhere in the region. Kerikeri seems to be great at farming old people and bricks and mortar at the moment. I don't know. I'm not the one to find the money somewhere, but all I can tell you, it's really not with us anymore. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you very much for coming in and telling us your story. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Councillor King.
Thank you for that. You're in a unique situation given the location of your farm. Just as a general point, I would assume that moving to CV would hit dairy farmers harder than beef or lamb simply because of the greater investment above ground. Is that a reasonable? I mean, I know dairy sheds are not terribly cheap, whereas...
Probably, yeah. I'd say so, yeah. It would, but, I mean, it's the old argument that the value of the property is only what it can produce. So beef farmers generally will produce per hectare less than we will, value-wise. But the other flip side of the coin is a 100-hectare farm in Kerikeri producing 80,000 kilograms of milk solids. 100 hectare farm in Broadwood is still producing 80,000 kilograms of milk solids. Yet I'm paying for the misfortune of being in Kerikeri because of the and we want to keep doing what we're doing without council making it harder for us than the central government already is with QV.
Can I pose a hypothetical challenge to you? And I'm not being facetious, I'm really not. You talked about the shift in your land value by quotable value at the last revaluation and what that meant to your rates. If nothing changes, what's going to happen at the next revaluation? Because you are sitting in the golden triangle, and whether it's palatable to anybody, your land is going to become increasingly valuable. So if we're going to find a meaningful way to address situations like yours, we're going to have to find some balance. Have you thought about that as a family? Have you thought, when you got your last revaluation and you sat down and you went, holy smokes, what's going to happen next time? Have you changed your mind to that?
Yes.
Have you got any pearls of wisdom for us?
I wish I did. And I had my mother at my house on Tuesday in tears over it because she said, I don't know what we're going to do. And I don't have the answer to that. I'm trying to put out the fire that's burning at the moment, which is a thing that as councillors you can limit the damage right now. The QV thing that happened 2 years ago or 24 months ago, I wasn't directly involved with. My parents absorbed the cost without letting me really in on it. But it's now getting to the point when I've taken this to them saying, we're looking at another 34% increase. They're saying we can't absorb it anymore. We can't absorb those costs. And that's probably why I'm now involved and the discussions are going to get serious with them about what we're going to do. I'm just telling you what I want to do. I want to keep farming there and I want to keep doing it as long as I can.
I just noticed Councillor Stratford had a follow-up question.
Sorry, I am repeating myself. So is the capital value of the farm more or less than the land value?
The capital value is more than the land value, yes.
Yeah, okay. That doesn't help the argument to shift to capital value. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We genuinely appreciate everyone coming and telling us their stories. I can't tell you how much it means to us. Mr. Voigt. Come on up. Mr. Voigt, just before we start, I just need to let you know that we're live streaming today's hearing. And that all of those little pictures up there, those little bobbleheads, as I refer to them, are other elected members and staff who are watching us online.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes of your reviews.
Well, I'll probably won't take 10 minutes. Sit down. Yeah. I know Anne, I don't know anyone else here, but good afternoon, everybody. You've probably heard some of the arguments today and different reasons why, particularly over the rating situation. But anyway, my name is Laurie Voigt, and my wife and I have a small farming operation of only about 130 hectares in the Kerikeri region. About 15 of those hectares is fenced off wetlands, ponds, native bush, duck ponds, shelter belts, and so on, and the rest is in grass. We run beef and a few sheep, and the cattle are fattened for slaughter. The contours of the properties are steep to rolling sun flats and largely contain rocky and wet areas. The soil types are not suitable for horticulture, as well as not having conventional irrigation available. We've owned the blocks, one for 30 years and one for 40 years. And try as I can, fattening beef is the only way that I can make it run reasonably successful. I've been in business for a lot of years, and this is the only way that I can make that tick. We run the farms both conservatively and sustainably, and do not put too much pressure on the land, because here in the north, as you know, it's dry as hell 1 minute, and the next minute you have mud everywhere. But with the fixed costs of rates, insurance, fertiliser, repairs and maintenance, and so on, it is very difficult to make ends meet. And the rates, of course, is the highest of all our fixed costs. Our farm is made up of 3 different titles. We have one place in Riddell Road, Wirral Road, and Waimate Road. And just like these guys, you know, we're in that area, in that central Kerikeri, supposedly Golden Triangle. I looked up the proposed increases on your website, on the council website, and found my rates would increase by about $8,000, from 24 to 32,000. That is a 33% increase. I hope you now understand our anxiety and concerns over this proposed increase and the effect it will have on our small operation. And by the same token, we know that rates have to increase because of inflation and major infrastructure costs. And up here in the north, the major storms and rains we have wash roads out pretty smartly, and it costs a lot of money to repair, and they have to repair straight away. We have kiwifruit orchards on both our boundaries of two properties, and this is probably responsible for our high land values. But beef is all we can run on ours. The soil types aren't correct for doing that, and of course, to put something like kiwifruit or avocados in, it's a very high outlay, as you are probably aware. So beef farming is what we're at, and it's the bottom of the per hectare return of farming, types of farming in New Zealand. Our high valued land around Kerikeri does not give me any advantage over fattening, just like Anthony said, of fattening a cattle beast, as it wouldn't any other part of the Far North District, which have lower land values, and we all get the same price at the freezing rates. So when I first became aware of this enormous proposed rate increase, I immediately called 2 of our local councillors who were at that stage unaware of the increase was going to be so high. And they said it normally should be around about the normal yearly increase of around about 5% or whatever. One was David and Anne. And Anne kindly passed my email to the council CEO and passed it on to the staff for their consideration. But I haven't heard back what the result of that was. I think a change of this magnitude to our farm rating system requires a lot more dialogue and discussion, both between the affected parties and council before it is passed, certainly not rushed through. I have put there also the easy way to fix this is keep the rate at the same cents per dollar value. The proposed rate increase for our farmers and express my wife and myself considerably, as we cannot increase our production to cover the 8,000 more required. And we currently run at a loss, and this will simply increase that loss more. So I'd like you to consider, all of you, to think about this very seriously and make it fair for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your submission. And emails. And I'm sorry I haven't been able to get that reply to you that I had to.
That's fine. You're busy.
Colleague, any questions?
One other thing to say that we bought this land over a number of years because both my wife and I ran a 7-day-a-week business for 29 years. So we did put our heart and soul into getting it. It wasn't given to us. We never won it. It all came the hard way. And we've been subsidising it for a number of years because we like it to look good and we like it to, it's a nice place to be and it's a nice place to live. Yeah.
We certainly all understand the emotional attachment people have to their land.
Yes.
Councillor Message.
Yeah, just a quick question, Mr. Wood. Thank you for that. Just, is that, what is your land type? Is it the volcanic? Good.
Yes. At home we have volcanic on our home farm at Wirral Road, but Riddell Road has got a little bit of volcanic at the top and a bit of bottom, but it's clay in the middle.
Right.
And it has that it gets very wet, of course, in the winter, but in the summer it is actually godsend. So yes, you do have that stuff bit of it. In the summer, dry summers, it's carry on.
I'm probably the only one that's a farmer on here on this side of the table, because I understand what you're saying. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Perhaps a question on me thinking out loud about, given your situation, as you say, the stratified horticulture blocks, the values are fine, but maybe it needs to be more challenging against QV. I'm not sure if you've got that road, and frankly, I'm speaking from a very narrow knowledge base. I'm not sure. I know there is a process to challenge that valuation, but given that there is assuming this guy could go to horticulture and double the value of property, but if that's not the option, so it's a very blunt instrument actually, the QV. It's not like all economic assumptions, it's based on assumptions and generalizations, and this property here is sold for X, so this one must be worth X plus. I don't know.
I guess they're probably doing it sitting down at a desk in a lot of respects. They don't travel around and have a look and ask about soil types.
I think it's that fine grain, though. I think it's pretty crude, pretty blunt, is my perception anyway. And I'm sorry for that, if I'm not really asking questions. It's like it's thinking out loud at the end of a long day.
I can see where you're coming from. Yes, you're dead right. But you don't think about that at the time. You never think you're going to end up having capital value with this huge increase here.
Well, I just wish to draw this to a close and thank you sincerely again for coming along today and telling us your story. Safe travels.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now are scheduled for a break. Our next presenter is 3:20 at Cut-Up Tiffany. I see Mr. Cox is here. Mr. Cox, do you want to go earlier or are you happy to wait?
Wait.
You'll wait? Okay, so we're going to now adjourn till 3:20. Thank you. are live streaming. Yeah. So you are on YouTube as we speak. I know. And all of these little blue bubbles up here represent either an elected member or a staff member who's watching us remotely via Teams. So you have quite an audience. Thank you. And you have 10 minutes. We have you got your written submission, and the 10 minutes is entirely yours, and I'll start the timer when you're ready.
Okay. Before I say just handing out the part that you didn't get that I emailed on the 6th, and then handing out what I'm going to read out to you now because I've been a bit rushed. Okay, shall I start? I've written down, hi and good afternoon, after what I presume has been a very long few days for you guys. I'm Elaine Carter and I'm no relation, although I have met Mr. Carter when I volunteered at Peaks Museum 2 years ago. I've lived in Kerikeri since 1999. I've worked in many roles, including Quotable Value, and I volunteer locally. So I see how much the community you are serving does. And currently I'm on a fixed income, so you know where I'm coming from. It's COVID and health related. Regarding the points, as far as housing for the elderly, I feel that this sort of increase will price many out of their homes as landlords try to recoup the money if the rates go up. My mother, for example, is paying over $360 a week on a pension and has little to come and go on. So I hope you have plans for building more housing for the elderly. And those who own homes may be forced to sell. In addition to receipting debt owed and working with New Zealand partners that I mentioned in the submission, I was wondering why you're not trying to make money out of assets like the dog kennels that were purchased in Werrawa Road and letting them deteriorate, and also saving valuable money to help those less fortunate. I'm not funding Chris Booth, who I like very much, but not another art form, and maybe Cycle Way as well. I've made a note here about the hidden deadlines, and I'm sorry I'm rushed, but I've just come back from Whangarei Hospital last night, but was interested in knowing why such a short time and the early cut-off was allowed to make submissions, because I believe I've also got one to do on the rezoning of where I live, and I've only got to the 7th of May to do that. As far as fair rates are concerned, I'm wondering if the council has taken into account that the new valuations are coming out in August or September, and whether they're included in your projected figures. Having worked for them here in Kerikeri a while ago and contacting them recently, they have no idea at this point in time what they will be. But from the mouth of TVNZ and Jacinda, prices have exponentially grown, and figures from 17 to 20% across the country in the last year have been bandied about. If this is the case, the QV, CV and LV will go up considerably, and I'm just concerned what you have proposed for me personally of an increase of $900 or 13% will be considerably higher figure. Also, having just got back from Whangarei last night, I haven't been able to contact Internal Affairs, but currently I received $655 rebate as I'm on a low income, and concerned that your council staff member didn't know what that amount was when I phoned. And I hope some considerations is given in changing it for the final district council area if you were to succeed in the plan that I don't agree with. With the minimum wage only just increasing to $20 and benefit from the increasing by 3%. And in an article about the new hub here in Kaikohe, your own council saying that Northlanders earn $30,000 on average. How can you justify increasing our rates such an unfair amount? I'm not 65 yet, and I've been told by a staff member that I couldn't apply for what might be a remission or a deferred rate. I'm wondering if that's true, and you don't allow it for any other circumstances. For I, for one, have no other option than to ask you to defer my rates and take monies owed when I die and let my estate pay for them if you decide to go ahead with your proposed plan. The New Zealand Government website has a proposed or deferred rates portion, which I believe is relevant. And if you go ahead with the proposed CV plan, I think many may take up the option, and not only will you have tens of millions in uncouped rate debt, you'll be waiting for many others to pay in the future. Basically, I want you to reconsider staying with the current plan. Consider charging full fees to the new retirement village and not letting us subsidise them, and collecting the debt that I believe is in the millions that you already have outstanding on rates. Lastly, when I attended the rates meeting a few weeks ago, a lady stood up and said most of those she knew didn't see the point of making a submission, as you would implement your plan anyway. I find this a very, very sad thing, and hope that you hear the concerns, listen to the and compromise somehow. All of us during this time of exponential house increases, unemployment and COVID need you to do this for the sake of the community. Thank you. Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much for your submission. I can see that you've got yourself deeply involved into council affairs, and that's really quite refreshing. I've never done this before, but there was a lot of stuff going on in Neighbourly and Facebook, and I attended the meeting, and I just think it's really important that you realise that it's going to affect so many people. Thank you. We're right at 7 minutes. We allow 10 minutes of submission. So we've got a few minutes if there's any questions from my colleagues. No questions?
Is there a chance of getting answers on some of the things? I know I've got lots of questions in there, but some of them are really important to me personally, and to other people on a fixed income.
Not today, but I do genuinely appreciate you want the opportunity to sit down with someone and get those questions answered. So if you could give your details to our lovely Cheryl here, we'll follow up on that and see if we can't find someone who can sit down with you at some point.
I'm not negating all the good things you do, because I do realise you specifically with the roundabout and everything like that, but I think it's important that I bought my house 22 years ago for what was a lot of money then, and now it's valued at a ridiculous amount. I'm getting close to retirement. I might be able to afford to live in it.
You look far too young. Far.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll see. I can't make any promises today because obviously we're a very, very small team and we've got over 800 submissions, isn't it? So we can't sit down with every ratepayer individually, but if you leave the details with us, we'll see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you just yeah. Have we managed to track down?
Thank you.
waiting for those ladies to complete the paperwork at the back, ladies and gentlemen in our gallery, I'm just going to do a blanket address for all of you, save me repeating myself every time. To protect your privacy under the Privacy Act, I do need to let you know that we are live streaming today's events on YouTube, so you will forever be able to come back and watch yourself. You need to know that. I also need to let you know that all of those little blue circles up there represent an elected member or a staff member who's not currently physically present in the chambers but is watching us remotely via the camera system. I'll let you know that we've all received your submissions and read them. So when you get your opportunity to make your submission, the 10 minutes is entirely yours to talk to your submission. And I think next we have the centre at Kerikeri Limited. The centre. Okay, would you like to come forward?
This is my. Okay, cool. Pointing at. Anywhere. Okay, perfect.
Okay, your 10 minutes. When you're ready, I'll push go.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Joanne Roberts Tokawengo. I'm a director of the board, on the board of the Turner Centre, as well as Todd Jenkins here, who's here with me today. So we're here to present to the long-term plan. I'm so sorry. You're all good. My husband. So apologies for that. I'd like to start with a quote from Dr. Benjamin Pittman, who was the chair of the Creative Northland at the Te Hirarangi Māori Business Awards. Without the arts, you don't have a soul. The Turner Centre is a vital part of the Far North District Arts community, and it's a vital part of feeding our soul. You know, we all need that spiritual something. We, you know, people of sports, we also have the arts as well. So with COVID-19 obviously gave us a big hit. We had a lot of our events cancelled. We did have to close down. We had a significant loss because of that. So the Turner Centre has sought funding from central government. We've sought it from the Provincial Growth Fund, and we've also done it through Creative New Zealand. And the answer that we've got back is pretty much there's no more funding. The answer, you need to go to your local authorities for money to support the Turner Centre. So we have the council has been supportive of us. We did get some funding from the War Chest. We got $69,637, and we've used that to pay some of those bills that we were owing and to make up for some of that lost revenue. We do have obviously ongoing effects from more shows being cancelled. But however, to continue to provide a performing arts centre for the Far North, we do need some more ongoing support. So the Turner Centre has been operating for 15 years, and it's been a significant community asset. At the request of the District Council, we have been providing community discounts, and in the 2020 year, 60%, we discounted the community groups by 60%, and that was a 5% increase in discounts on the previous year. When we look at our community versus commercial hireage, in the 2020 year, 78% of our hierages was from community groups. So it's important for the Turner Centre that the facility is accessible to all community groups. But the challenge that we have is how do we balance discounting community groups and being commercially viable? It is a large centre and it does cost quite a bit of money to run. So we're at the stage when we look at it, the discounts that we are given has reduced our revenue to the point where it's barely covering turning on the lights, covering insurances. We also have 4 full-time staff, so you know that's a risk if we don't have the centre there. That's 4 people without a job. The building is 15 years old. The design and age of this means that we have got significant expenditure needed to upgrade and maintain the facilities. We did receive a significant bequest, and that was to go towards that, those upgrades and maintenance. But we also have a bank loan there. So our bank loan is about 1.1 million. We can't actually spend that bequest because we've got the risk, we've got to repay this loan. It is interesting to note, though, that that loan before we got the bequest was booked into the council's accounts as a liability because the council has guaranteed that loan, and it is probable, and it was probable before we got the bequest, that that would be repayable by the council. So what we've come here to submit to the long-term plan is, for our funding, is it's two parts to it. We need ongoing working capital of 150,000 per year. So this will ensure that the Turner Centre can continue to offer the discounts to the community, and the community can have that experience of a performing arts centre, because it is the only performing arts centre in the far north. We also request that if the council repays that $1.1 million loan, then that bequest that we've got can be used to maintain and upgrade that building. And we envision on the board that we want the centre to become an inclusive venue for all cultures and for all of the community. So in summary, the Turner Centre is a significant asset for the far north. It's not only as the main performing arts centre, it's a significant contributor to the local community. We see this centre as provides a mechanism to support sustainable economic development, and we also know that it meets 4 of the FNDC's community outcomes. The majority of performing arts centres throughout the country receive significant funding from their local authorities. The Turner Centre, we desperately need some certainty of our ongoing funding. And so without this unique and important community asset is going to be at risk of closure. In our current financial position, with the money that we've got in bequest and having to repay the loan off, it's foreseeable that we'll have to close the doors within 3 years if we don't get some more help. And if that happens, then the impact on the Far North District Council and the community will be far greater than what we're asking today in financial help. I'd like to say ngā mihi nui, kia koutou, e whiwha, e whiwa, ki toko taha, ki ora rawa atu. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your submission. We're at 6 minutes, so there's room for questions. If anybody has a question for the submitted, Councillor Fenton.
Thank you for that. It's interesting. Tom, if the bank loan was paid by would you still require the 150k OPEX each year going?
That is our operating deficit each year, and that's equal to the discounts that we're offering the community at the moment. Because as I said, 60%, we're discounting the community groups 60% of what the commercial fee to hire that building out would be.
So 150 is indirectly subsidising the community groups?
It is, absolutely. It's 100% subsidising the community groups. And we do want to build our community hireage. That's hugely important to us, is that it's a community asset, that it feeds the souls of people who love the arts. And you don't even have to love the arts to go there and get something special out of the centre.
Councillor Fewcett, you had a question?
Yeah, sort of related to that. I want to ask you this is not probably appropriate, what you've got bequeathed to you. But what I'm interested in is, you say sustainable economic development, and yet you're subsidising to the tune of 60%, i.e. equivalent to the 150,000. Why such a large subsidy? 30% is a significant subsidy.
The problem we have is that it is a big venue, and it is a venue that is, large. We've got large power bills, we've got large insurance, we've got large costs. Those community groups wouldn't are not able to fund what a commercial hire would be. So we are hiring the venue out to commercial groups, to, you know, the stage door companies, the Kiri Kiri theatre companies. We're hiring it out at a rate that they can afford and sustain. And even at 30% of what a commercial hire would be, it's just probably going to be too much for them. So that's why we discount it to a rate where it's feasible for them. I mean, it's a hard act for us. You know, commercial hires, yes, we do get a lot of money, but you can't always have a community show going on and a commercial show going on at the same time. You know, as I said, what was it? 78% of our hireage days in 2020 were to community groups. So the more commercial hires we have, the more money we make, the less we can provide that to a community group.
Yeah, it seems.
We're at 10 minutes, so I'm going to call time on your submission. Just leave on behalf of my colleagues to thank you very much for coming. And I think it's a voluntary role.
Yeah, so we're all volunteers, yep.
Yep. Thank you very much on behalf of the community for the work that you're doing in that capacity.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Have we managed to track down the submitter?
Personally, we haven't been able to read messages and text.
Okay.
In touch with them. And Laurel Pratt, to my knowledge, is not coming.
So she doesn't.
Hi, Roger. This is Aaron Simpson has just walked in. Time.
We're going to put you straight in the hot seat.
Oh, yeah,
Simpson, welcome to the hearing LTP group. I just need to let you know that we are live streaming today's event. I actually need a poster so I can stop saying that on the wall behind me. Under the Privacy Act, I'm required to let you know that we're live streaming to YouTube, so
that's fine.
The whole world can see you. And all of those little blue circles up there are either elected members or staff members who are watching remotely today.
Yeah.
We have quite a big audience.
Oh, lucky, aren't we?
Indeed. Your submission has been received and has been read. The 10 minutes is entirely yours.
Right. Well, firstly, I agree with a lot of what you've sort of put down, especially on capital value. Being a farmer, I regard the rating system as being sort of badly disproportionate against us. About time what was done, I think we need to follow the rest of the country. Also acknowledge what the council's facing with the rapid growth of the Bay of Islands in particular. I see what's going on. You've got to get money from somewhere to make it grow. And some of us benefit wholly from what the improvements you're making, and some of us marginally, and that mainly being farmers. So I just want to sort of get onto two subjects here and just bypass the rest of it, because most of it I agree with, especially in stormwater, because as far as I'm concerned, user pays, and we get the benefit from stormwater around the Bay of Islands, because we go into town and we use the services. Firstly, and I've no doubt that they've had a heap of farmers in today complaining about rates increases. I was very surprised to see what they were proposing, and just a few comments to make. The only reason I'm here, I've got better things to do, not wanting to be insulting, because I'm getting on in life a wee bit, but the only reason I'm here is for my family, because I can see what's going on, it's not going to be sustainable. And you stated your plan, it's for the, you act on for the social and economic benefit of the community and the ratepayers. Well, those rate increases in particular for some farmers are not sustainable. It just can't be done. And what you've got to understand is that farmers are price takers, they're not price makers. The council and whoever can charge more and more, but I can tell you now, it's not sustainable. We live on a gravel road, and I've got an entitlement to be here because my rates are going up to, I think, about 38,000 from about 26 or 28. So, and I'm not happy with the services that we've been receiving. I don't want to bring up publicly what I've actually got and what's happened where we are, but I can tell you now, we should be in for a rate reduction.
You alluded to the fact by you actually suggested that you put a charge on us for wastewater and water reticulation around the town. Well, I've got a point to make with you guys, is that we put our own water systems in and our own water systems in, and we actually maintain them. And as far as user pay is concerned, maybe we should be compensated for that. And secondly, and to me the most important issue of a lot, is this Mary Ward thing. I'm saddened by it. I know it's happening around New Zealand, and central government are actually pushing for it. But people talk, and a lot of people are too scared to talk publicly now, but I'm not. I can tell you now, they're all talking about racism. And what's going on with that, as far as I'm concerned, it's your decision whether you have it or not. But I can tell you now, segregation leads to dissension, and dissension leads to racism. I can tell you that now. And people are not happy about it. Now, I think if this goes through, I know the Maori communities, in a lot of cases, are struggling. Yes, and they've got to be given help. No two ways about that. I totally agree with that. But the thing is, it's going to get disproportionate. And yeah, and like a lot of stuff which is written in this plan, to me, has got racist intonations. It really has. And I read some of the policy statements or statements which local levies have actually written, and I find it highly offensive. I really do. And I can tell you now, both my grandfathers and my fathers went to war. And this weekend, everyone's going to get out there and say, lest we forget, and they're going to bow their heads. And I can tell you what, they didn't go to war for that. I can tell you that now. My father was a Maori battalion. My grandfather was a Maori bloody volunteer, and he did not go to war for Maori wards, because that is segregation. And you guys need to bloody click onto this, because this is wrong. It's really wrong. I can tell you now, I don't like being called a Pākehā, I don't like being called a European, I don't like being called a colonialist, but I like to be called a New Zealander. And you are actually segregating us. And I think this council needs to make a stand. They really do. There's a lot of councillors, regional council, I know they've actually resigned over it, but that to me is the most important thing is this plan. And I know, and like it's wrong, it's totally wrong. Anyway, I've had my say, and that's just the 2 points in there. Good luck with what you're doing, the bail bonds. I know you've got some battles ahead of you, but that's just the 2 points I wanted to make. And I think farmers should be getting a rate reduction, because I can tell you now, this time last year we were getting $6 a kilo for a beef. Now we're getting $5. That's what's going on. And so, a lot of farmers, small farmers, are going to be struggling. And I understand you've got to build the services up, but as far as I'm concerned, it's user pay. A lot of farmers go to the council over it, and as I say, stormwater. But the thing is, we don't use a water reticulation system. We don't use wastewater. And the way it's growing, as far as I'm concerned, user pay. Yeah. Anyway, I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Vote a few minutes if there's any questions from the floor.
Just on the rate on the beef, because I think that conflicts with what somebody else has said today. The rate changed, not that that's specific to rates, but it just gives us more context.
Yeah, well,
situation.
Yeah, in my sort of circumstances, I've got a dairy farm as well as I've got a couple of beef farms.
Yeah.
So I'm on both ends of the spectrum on that one. Okay. And when I looked at the rates which are proposing, the whole lot of them are going up, proportionate to each other. And it's just not sustainable. And to give you another example, like when you did the valuations on my property just gone, on the registered valuations, I objected to one or two of them. I objected on the grounds that the roading was rubbish. And they came out and actually viewed the road and actually agreed with me and actually dropped the valuations on one of my properties. So, there's some pretty disgruntled people out there. And we went to where we were in 1980. In 1980, we could use a passenger car down our road. Now everyone's got to have a 4-wheel drive vehicle. It's that bad. I complained to the council, and the council got about it. They sent 2 engineers out, and we went around the whole road, and there were improvements made to it. But the thing is, and I can't remember the guy's last name, but Stuart, he was your council engineer. He put a road counter on, and as a consequence of that, our maintenance schedule actually went up. It's improved, but the thing is, as I said to Stuart, how much has the count gone up by? But he wouldn't tell me. But our road is used as a through road. Not only is it a tourist area, because we're against the Raimahauri Forest, but it's also a through road to Kaukaua and Opu, and the usage is horrendous in there. Yeah. And then on top of that as well, I read in your proposed plan, and I can see it, you're talking about tar sealing Pongoria Road. Well, that's great. We want all of our roads tar sealed. And I'd be more than happy to pay a rate increase if we got it done. But the thing is, we're not getting it done. But you refer to Pongoria Road as you don't want the tourists to experience gravel and dust. Well, to me, that's hypocritical. Because we pay the rates, and we've got to put up with them.
Mr. Simpson, are you willing to share the name of the road you're referring to?
Yeah, it's a conglomeration of 3. It's McIntyre's Road.
Sorry?
McIntyre's Road. Yeah, and Whangai. And Whangai, yeah. And that road, has gone in a lot of places from a 2-lane road, gravel road, to a very narrow single road. And Stuart, when he came out, I pointed it out to him, and he actually said to me, he said, Aaron, I like to do it, but it's not economical to widen the whole road up again to what it was before. It's actually dangerous. Yeah.
Councillor Stratford has raised that with us, so we are.
Yeah. Well, apparently we're on the shortlist, Anne, to have some tar sealed at a certain portion, but I can tell you now, everyone down our road that I've spoken to would like to see it tar sealed to the corner of McIntyre Road. And I've spoken to a few of them. Some people want to pay, some don't. But the majority of people down there are prepared to make a contribution through the road. Yeah. And so
it's been a very helpful submission. Do appreciate you've driven a long way today to make it to us in person.
Yeah. As I say, I don't enjoy it when I got, but the only reason I'm here, as I say, is for my children. And my views on these Mary Wards, and I just, whether you like it or not, it's hard.
Thank you very much.
That's all right.
Mr. Cox, we only have 2 submissions left. One is yours and one is Jane Johnston.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to speak now.
Quite happy to speak now. Thank you. Mr. Cox?
Yes, Laurel, cancel.
No, cancel. Ready? I'll push start.
Have the first slide. Fairer and simpler rates. Lovely idea. A pity that you didn't move anywhere towards it. Which is fairer? Everybody pays the same as a flat rate, proposed or based on capital value, which is wealth tax. Pay according to use, like water operations. It depends on what that rate is funding, so you need a mixture, not just the one. Let's be clear, rates are a tax. I was delighted when I saw that admitted. And we all know that GST makes it double taxation. But for many of your ratepayers, it's actually triple taxation because they have to pay their rates and the GST from already taxed income. For FNDC to collect $100 from a non-business, they have to pay $115. For a corporate business, the cost is only $72. when they reclaimed GST and taken their tax offset. For some individual businesses, it may even drop to $61. Why, in looking for a fairer rate, has Council not addressed the issue of going for effectively an after-tax rate being the same for all? And before your staff tell you it can't be done, read my submission, because there is a way in there that you can do it legally. But even as a first step, you could look at which work groups mostly are non-business. The consultation information. We all know that to make correct decisions, you need to require correctly presented information. What was presented in the consultation document was anything but that. We gave 2 key tables of rates, so one could look at the current rates and the proposed and take them away to see what the rates were going to be, the increase. They purported to provide rates for average value residential ratepayers in major urban areas. It actually said that it was for serviced ones. So we have a table there, but we only have been given the information for the future for residential ratepayers, no comparisons for the other groups like the commercial. That is actually a breach of the Local Government Act. And as far as I'm concerned, you cannot legally strike on those new rates for 21 and 22. So because you have not provided the examples for the different classes of ratepayers. It's arguable whether you actually provided examples of actual rates the current year, because you provided a single average, which appears to have been calculated on total rates for an area and divided by the number of ratepayers, as opposed to what is described as including all their proportionate. They can easily be calculated. Your consultation document gives the figures in the centre column. If you use the rates provided, those are the figures for Kerry residential. One suggests the ratepayers are going to save $773. In fact, they're going up by about 86. So instead of a 20% drop, those ratepayers face a 2% interest increase if they're on services. One may question how those figures have actually got past audit. The answer, as I say, is they've put an average figure in there. They may have checked them for average, but they're not what they claim. Because you have undeveloped sections, you have people in most of the areas, only some people are on the services. And it actually gets very dramatic. I pulled out the properties on Kerry Road and said, that's what happens to the rates in terms of percentage change if you move to the proposal. It's not surprising that commercial show drops because you've dropped or proposed to drop the differential. Everybody else goes up, but it's basically plus or minus 40% for next year. The horror story is that's only 10% capital value. If we put the full capital value into next year's rates, suddenly the break-even is about the 5th or 6th one along. It's still minus 40 as the reduction, but up to 140% increase for some of the properties down Kerry Road. You've had a lot of complaints from the farmers about the 30% increase. Think what it's doing when they move to full capital value. And this is just as a sample. And they're not across the district. I couldn't get to access to all of those, but thanks. You also had some very misleading information in your group because you provided for Moriwa, one of the sets of figures included sewerage, the other one didn't. For Rangiputa, the figures were nonsense. They were a copy of the, was it the PE rates? And I think this all stems back to the rates review, which has all been conducted in closed workshops, no public input, and a total refusal to release information. Given the quality of information in these documents, I would suggest you should be very careful about considering what information you've already received and how valid it is. You've drawn an inconsistent set of conclusions. One of the few arguments or reasons given for a rate change is uniform charges are regressive. We want to take them out. Having done that, you do them for the uniform charge in the general rates, you remove the roading rate, but you leave the ward rates on uniform charges. And then you suggest 2 new uniform rates, albeit at a small level. And I love the reasons given for those. This recognises that those who are not connected to a scheme still benefit from reticulated systems. They may do, but then you add the charge to those already paying for the reticulated systems. Buying potable water by tanker or emptying septic tanks into sewage schemes. Yes, they should be paying, but do it through charging the contractor. Then you collect exactly from those who are using them. You have water and sewage capital rates, which are there to pay for the building of the schemes. That is cost-driven by peak demand. Therefore, the availability rate and the subsequent pan rate should be at the full charge, not a reduction. That capacity needs to be there, they're using it, or it is put aside ready for them to use. So they shouldn't be taking a 40% discount. I'll leave you with one last thought about capital value rating. The capital value of a property includes the user's judgment, the market judgment of the services in the area. Therefore, effectively, these separate capital charges are in fact double rating of those people, because the value of those services is already in the capital value. Operating rates, yes, because they have a choice to use them or not. But I see I'm joining the other 540 or so people who are looking for no change.
1 minute, Mr. Cook.
You have 168 people on your submissions who said, tick the box for change. 24 of those then went on and said in their notes, effectively they don't believe in the new system. Some totally contradicted it. But that's my one's view. I've got about 40 seconds if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, as always, a very detailed submission. Are there any questions?
Can I have a copy of your information, please?
You've got the PDF for that spray.
Okay.
The bulk of the information is in the submission, including a lot more rates details.
Those graphs are very handy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. We have one more submission, and that's Ms. Johnson. She's not here yet, so shall we call an adjournment until she arrives? organise this event. I just need to let you know that we are live streaming under CX. I do need to let you know that. And all of those little blue bubbles up there actually indicate an elected member or staff member that's currently physically not in the room, but is watching us remotely via Teams.
Are you chairing today?
I am indeed. Jane, we have got your submission a number of times or via a number of avenues, so we have read it. You have 10 minutes. The floor is yours. When you begin, I'll start the timer. You know the drill.
Yeah, so I understood that I had my 10 minutes, but I also have some other people allocated me some time, and that was why I was set for the last session, so that if it goes a little over, that I would have that, because there were 2 people that
I don't have
that nominated my time.
No, I don't have that. I'm sorry, I've only got 10 minutes.
Okay. So I did make a submission under my own name, but it was prepared in consultation with the Kerikeri Ratepayers Association and the Paihia and Districts Ratepayers Association. So I'm just saying that because we didn't do it by committee and we didn't put it in as an individual submission, specifically because of that, we then get 10 minutes. So we hosted a public meeting, and there were, I put in a submission over 100 people. It was actually closer to 200 who attended the meeting in Kerikeri, and their big concern was obviously around the rates review and the proposed policies for rates. So I didn't focus on that in my submission. I just want to endorse what Alec has already submitted about our concerns as well. And that is why you would have got multiple versions of the submission, because they asked for a copy of what I prepared and a few people would have submitted it. And the thinking behind that was that then we would get longer because we would coordinate, and that's what I understood had happened in selecting this time today. But never mind, I do have to put my glasses on to read my talking points. I just want to also highlight a couple of issues, obviously, around consultation. I did have to complain as soon as, well, not as soon, we had notification of all of these different consults going out at the same time in late February, but the documents weren't actually online, including the supporting material, which is really important for the long-term plan, until the 6th of March, by which time I had actually that afternoon complained before things went live. And we were given exactly 1 month for everything initially, and that included Easter, and for some of us holidays in terms of midterm break for tertiary students. So it was a bit of a big ask, and I do want to underscore that it relates to the engagement and significant policy, that it looks like Council is paying lip service to this important consultation principles outlined in both the long-term, the Local Government Act and the Resource Management Act, when it comes to working with communities about the matters that directly affect them, when we're being asked to read, absorb, understand and respond on so much material in such a short time frame. So I think we have to acknowledge that the proposed or draft proposed district plan, we were given an extra month, but a lot of people don't know that. They think that they've already missed the deadline for submitting on the district plan, even though we've now got apparently until the 7th of May. So there is stuff that hasn't been updated in your publications or your notification schedules. So I just wanted to highlight that to begin with. I'll come back to a relationship between engagement policy, the rating review, and also the long-term plan shortly. We're also yet to see a long-awaited district transportation network strategy that a large group of consultants from Auckland were working on in 2019 with Council, and we were invited to some workshops. Not having that, and given the limited disclosure within the long-term plan documents, it's very difficult to know what's actually proposed in terms of Kerikeri's transport issues going forward. For example, there's also been no structure planning or spatial planning with communities to feed into either asset management plans, the long-term plan's 30-year infrastructure strategy, or into the proposed district plan. And we haven't seen anything like community engagement on spatial planning for more than a decade. The most recent efforts were pre-2010, and they were led by community groups who essentially usurped Council's role in facilitating discussions about development and produced documents they now promote as master plans or structure plans, but which are inadequate as precursors to asset management planning or to district planning. There's been no community development engagement in the communities I interact with the most,
meaning Kirikiri and the Opua to Waitangi, Haruru, Paihia kind of area, that Bay Resort community and the Kirikiri communities. We haven't had community development planning for more than a decade. Meanwhile, we observe a clearly favoured citizens or preferred groups approach by council to certain companies, community trusts or community groups whose ideas seem to be becoming incorporated into council plans without any pesky need to write submissions or consult with the broader community. We'd like to know, for example, how Far North Holdings Limited managed to secure a promise of $5.4 million towards its consented Paihia waterfront development. And Focus Paihia had also previously managed to secure a new community infrastructure fund grant that provided ratepayer funding to kickstart the mountain bike project. Now, these projects might be good projects, but we haven't been engaged as communities, and we weren't consulted about who would pay for them and why we might be paying for them. How else has Far North Holdings been able to get unbudgeted funding to reallocate in-ground pipes for its development in Kawakawa, for example, in contravention to the relevant bylaw, and to be advanced in its planning for the Russell Wharf expansions prior to any consultation on divesting that asset? Far North Holdings Limited is able to operate as a private developer without transparency or consultation about its development plans, but that does not mean that Far North District Council ought to be doing deals with Far North Holdings Limited in committee with public excluded and allocating ratepayer funding for projects without consultation. In my view, the ratepayers' contribution towards the Paihia waterfront development was purposefully concealed from the public in calling this new spending stormwater mitigation in the LTP of 2018. I thought perhaps you were going to address the flooding issues across the ward. Apparently not. Now Focus Paihia's Trust Chair and Business Paihia Association's Chair tell the public that you've allocated $1.75 million towards some sort of theme park on the waterfront. And not only that, but allegedly the Community Trust is able to leverage borrowing against that $1.75 million of ratepayers' money for another $3 million for an even more controversial reclamation. That all sounds, strikes us as a bit absurd when we're dealing with a public authority and ratepayer funding for projects that are meant to be consulted through this long-term plan process. The waterfront project had not appeared in the proposed LTP 2015. It only appeared in the adopted LTP as a seawall at $4.3 million. I wrote a submission on that in 2016. I had no response. The seawall disappeared in the LTP 2018. You've not told us which payers will be paying for it, or what compromised the what will be paying for any of what comprises the waterfront development. Will it be a targeted rate, or is it part of stormwater infrastructure? Who will own it? What protection will it have? Will it be a designation? Will there be a designation? Will it be a council asset covered by civic assurance, gazetted as a reserve perhaps, or no idea yet? Similarly, I better stop reading here, I've got exactly 2 minutes. But like I said, I thought I had much longer, so I might have to just print this and leave it with you. Rating, so I've made the point about the engagement policy. Similarly, your rating review and the information provided with the LTP, we've got a lot of problems in the community. You can see in the paper farmers up in arms about the shift to capex, capital value. Similarly, residential ratepayers are concerned about the shift to CV. We also think that it's disingenuous to claim a district-wide capex for the targeted rate for Three Waters when the roading budget is shared across all property regardless of who uses the rural road network. So if these kind of goods are considered public goods, then why isn't every property in the district being made to pay for them, including for the Three Waters? So there's a disconnect between the argument put up by council around fairness and then continuing to use a targeted rate, so that only people connected to schemes actually have to pay for these supposed public good. That would see the cost socialised across all connections. If roading can be socialised across all properties, then perhaps the Three Water infrastructures also need to be socialised across all property. I just wanted to underscore that we do support the reduction in the commercial rate because they are the sector that's been most hit by COVID, particularly
particularly in the Bay of Islands resort town areas, and they already have significant contributions and rates because of high land values in the CBDs. I've made a good argument, I think, in the fuller submission around the necessity to actually do better at figuring out where the cost drivers are in your budgets with roading and with the commercial areas, particularly in places like Paihia that has a large, it's served by the state highway network, not just the local road network. More on the rating review. Too limited in terms of the information provided to consider the rating options and the long-term plan. In terms of the impact of the proposed changes on the different category of ratepayers, there was insufficient analysis on the impact of the shift to capital value on commercial ratepayers, contrasted against the impact on the different types of rural production ratepayer.
1 minute, Jane.
There was insufficient analysis on the impact of a shift to CV from LV, contrasted to the impact of reducing the differential from 2.75 to 1.75, in terms of which ratepayers would pick up the extra payments as a result. There was insufficient analysis of the impact of charging OPEX by scheme to better reflect the actual cost per community of the services they receive. And there's been no analysis on the impact per connection of having made the emergency connection of Waipapa, formerly a private scheme, into the Kerikeri scheme, and charging those in the extended area of benefit the increased CAPEX, in the same way that those in the extended area of benefit to the sewerage scheme are being made to pay one-off connection charges and a share of CAPEX. I think most of it is you'll actually be able to read, I think, in my written submission. I do want to highlight that there's a lack of information around the demographics that we're looking for. Some council assumptions just wrong. So yes, we have an ageing cohort at the moment, but the baby generation ends in my year, born in 1964, apparently able to, collect a pension in 7 years' time. The peak of the baby boom period already tailed off 10 years ago. That generation, my cohort, my peers, the peak is already 10 years into their retirement.
Thank you, Jane. I'm going to call it now. Apologise again for any misunderstanding over the time allocation. Please leave your further detailed submission. We will read it.
Is it Bree? Or who is it that was managed the timetable?
There are a number of people managing the timetable.
Everybody gets 10 minutes, so you're not special. I know you're special, but you're not special in that regard. So Northern Link, Federated Farmers, all the really big organisations that come, I've been religious, 10 minutes.
Yeah, so there were two people who allocated their time to me though, and that was why I was given this time at 4:20 to be able to.
I probably wouldn't have accepted it because that would give you an elevated status when you're really articulating the same submission. It's not to say that it's not a valuable submission, it is, but we need to be absolutely fair about our time allocation. So I just want to thank you again for driving over and apologise again for the confusion.
I think you need to hear my argument. My argument is that you've actually deprived two people who allocated their time to me of their time.
I hear you. Yes, I hear you.
No questions?
No time for questions, but we now go into a closed session with just the members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Live streaming